off than in 2010. And they left 1 in 10 workers, 1 in 10, in insecure employment, including the best part of 1 million on 0 hours contracts. Cuts to social security pushed more families into poverty, and the end result, just in my constituency, is 50% of children living below the poverty line. Every second kid, every second door when I walk round the estates that I have the honour to represent. 117,000 people in temporary accommodation because of the amount of money they took out of the Affordable Housing Building Fund that today they seem so very pleased to speak in favour of. Of course I will.
I wondered whether she had any views on stamp duty land tax.
I'm speaking today about the other part of the motion laid in front of us, the one where unspecified cuts come to pay for it, and speaking about the implications of that. But as you would expect, as a responsible member of my party, I am not going to speculate with plans about how we fund things for which there is no plan. Going back to the record of austerity, remembering that austerity cost and took out of our economy less than they are planning to take out with their plans in front of us today. The bottom fifth of households, £517 poorer, while the top fifth gained £174. Austerity didn't just deepen inequality, it entrenched it. With the longest pay squeeze in 200 years, growth anemic, productivity absolutely flatlined, public investment slashed. My friends at the TUC worked out if wages have risen, they are my friends, and I was proud to represent millions of working people. You speak about those working people with disdain. It was an honour to represent those people in their workplace, to negotiate for better wages on their behalf. Good Conservatives in the past used to understand about social partnership and the importance of responsibility, of working with workers and with bosses to get the best outcome, and it is a shame those lessons have been forgotten with the baying calls of the mob at the mention of trade unions. So my friends at the TUC worked out if wages have risen in the last decade by the amount by which they rose. Between 1997 and 2010, the average worker in my constituency would be £93 a week better off. That's nearly £5,000 a year more in people's pockets. But instead, we got the longest pay squeeze in 200 years. I'll happily give way.
Lady for giving way. I'm just perplexed where this is going, because ultimately those statistics that she's just quoted would have saved her constituents £5,000. But if she doesn't scrap stamp duty, anybody that aspires to buy a slightly bigger house with that increased income would have not been able to afford to do it.
Lady for her intervention. To make it clear, the point that I am making today is that the unspecified cuts named in the motion, and we are talking about the motion with the unspecified cuts in it, I'm talking about the implications of the last time there were cuts on that magnitude made by the party opposite. And whilst it may be the case that stamp duty may save some money if it were got rid of for people in my constituency, where there is an average house price of £190,000, it by no means will have the impact that it will have for people in richer constituencies in other parts of the country. But the cuts that they intend to make to pay for it, those will hit people in my ends. And despite all of the pain of those years of austerity, it failed to reduce public debt in any meaningful way. This is why our public services were on their knees, and why we still face a mountain of debt built up over 14 long years. Compare that to our Labour government, steadily, slowly delivering the change this country needs. 5 million extra NHS appointments. People in my area waiting more than a year for the operation they need is down 45%, thanks to the investment from our Health Secretary, crack teams going into Dudley, Wolverhampton and Sandwell NHS trusts. 3 major trade deals. In the first 10 months of our government, wages went up by more than in the first 10 years of their government. Pride in place funding for communities hit the hardest, like Friar Park in my constituency. £39 billion of affordable housing funding going to fund new social and affordable homes, the largest in a generation. And I hope 600 of them will come to my constituency. I will happily give way.
The trade deals, so many more than were achieved, she says, under the Conservative government. The reality is that these trade deals could not have been made had we not had the Brexit deal that we achieved. And what's more, the reality is that her party opposed that. We couldn't do those trade deals until post-2016.
The honourable member for his intervention, and it's good to see that one of the key achievements of these first 15 months of a Labour government is starting to fix some of the mess of the dreadful agreement they made with the European Union that underplayed this country. We are filling some of the holes. We are making it easier to do trade with the European Union. We are making it easier to sell brilliant British products abroad. I would have thought that would have been something that the benches opposite would have welcomed, Madam Deputy Speaker. In summation, we choose national renewal, a Britain built for everyone. We choose a fair economy that rewards working people, invests in our public services, restores dignity to work, rebuilds this brilliant country for every single one of our kids.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you ask any economist, or indeed most members in here today, stamp duty is a bad tax. It creates friction in the market, whether you are in a one-bedroom flat trying to make that step up into a family home and you found that your savings goal has got that much higher, or whether your kids have flown the nest and you're considering downsizing but you think that that bill is acting as a disincentive to you to do that. I think it's important that we don't overstate what abolishing stamp duty would do. There's been lots of claims about how it's going to help millions of young people onto the ladder, and for most people this would not be the case. There is an exemption for first-time buyers up to £300,000 and a further discount all the way up to £500,000. So it's important that we recognise that that isn't going to make the difference for huge numbers of young people. And I appreciate the points that have been made by other members about the fluidity of the market as well. But these won't actually be the critical points. The central problem in the housing market is the disparity between people's wages and house prices. And I have heard people say to me in the past that, you know, I had to save hard to get my home, and you should have seen the interest rates back in the day. And I have no doubt at all that it's always been hard and a struggle to save up and buy your property. But the extent to which it has become out of reach today, I don't think is properly understood. Around about the time that I was born, 1990, if any members are interested, the difference between the average wage and the average house price was about 3 times somebody's income. Okay, today in 2025, that average difference is 8 times your income. And if you come to London, and I represent a London constituency, that difference is 15 times the average income. That means that the top 10% of earners in the capital can't afford its average home. That is an absolute disgrace. We've allowed ourselves to get into this system here. And when you consider the fact... Of course.
The honourable gentleman is making a powerful point in support of our motion. Is he intending to support it this afternoon?
No. Guess what? Surprise, surprise, I won't, but I will come on to the reasons why. Given that mortgages will lend you around about 4 times your income, we can see how big of a problem this is. If you're in a couple, maybe you stand a chance of getting a mortgage. If you're on your own, no chance. The other problem with the house prices accelerating away from wages so much is that 10% deposit that you often need to raise is completely out of reach. And to put it back into context again, in 1990, the average wage was around £8,000 a year, and you might need to save about £2,000 for a deposit. Well, today, you'd have to be trying to save £28,000 on your average wage of £33,000. You simply cannot do it unless you have the support of your mum or dad or other people in your family. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the death of meritocracy in our country. We now live in a society where your family's wealth, not your work or your talent, that defines your financial security in the future. We're back to Victorian-era levels of social mobility. This is absolutely abhorrent, and there is no amount of tinkering around the edges that will be sufficient to fix it. And so scrapping stamp duty alone will not be a silver bullet. In fact, on its own, it might just represent a bit of a giveaway to those that are already faring better than most of society. If we're really serious about fixing the housing crisis of the country, we need a generational level of house building, and we need a holistic approach to redesigning the property tax system. I will give way.
I agree with him wholeheartedly, and I think he's making an excellent speech. But I would gently say lots of us in the Shires who face Liberal Democrats in our constituencies are often get leaflets from some of his colleagues which will oppose building almost anywhere ever. What would he comment to some of his colleagues, perhaps?
I think you'll find across the country there'll be opposition politicians opposing developments, but where we're in control in Sutton Council, in my borough, we are outstripping all of London in house building. I'm very proud of that record. What we need to see in order to fix this housing crisis is sustained wage growth up against the increase in prices of homes. And I do not hear that on offer from the Conservative Party today. I'm sorry that we do have a Trussite proposal on the table. It is an unfunded tax cut that lacks real credibility, and I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. If he'd listened to the Shadow Chancellor, he would have heard him say that of the £47 billion worth of savings, half of that will come from reducing welfare spend. Another significant proportion will come from reducing the size of the civil service back to where it was in 2016. So they are fully funded, and he does himself no favours by just inventing other facts.
Coming on to my next point early, because I do want to address this £47 billion proposal of public spending cuts. I think if you was to hand that over to the OBR in its current form, they would laugh you out the front door. They are not credible at all. Over half that figure is based on welfare cuts. A bill, by the way, that rose under the watch of the Conservative government, not least because of the defunding of the NHS that's caused people to be in ill health in the first place. You're also talking about, the Conservative Party are also talking about reducing the size of civil service. Why has the civil service grown since 2016? Can anybody hazard a guess? It's because we've in-housed a lot of bureaucracy that we used to outsource to Brussels. Part of the primary reason the civil service has grown is because of the number of services we have to deliver in this country.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way a second time. He hasn't mentioned COVID in his speech, which is the largest single contributor to the increase in the size of the state. He also didn't mention the £5 billion reduction in welfare spending proposed by the government, which my party supported, and unfortunately the government just gave in. So there is plenty of money to be saved.
When he refers to COVID, I think he's referring to the total debt levels that have increased, but we're talking specifically about why the size of civil service increased. A lot of that can be attributed to the new functions that the UK government has had to take on. On the welfare budget, yes, the government has struggled to get through its welfare reforms, as did the Conservative government previously. And this is why these proposals, that half of that £47 billion is going to come from welfare cuts, lacks credibility. Of course.
He's making a fantastic speech, but it really does irk me that the Conservatives keep talking about the welfare bill going up when they blew a hole in public health budget. They eroded primary and community care, and they did nothing to fix social care, and NHS dentistry has been hollowed out. Is it any wonder that when people can't get the care that they need when they need it, we end up firefighting and spending loads of money on welfare and the NHS further down the line? We should be investing to save.
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and this was a point I was making earlier on. The welfare bill went up on the watch of the Conservative government, and it's in no least down to the fact that they cut back the NHS funding. So in this chamber today, we may well agree on the analysis of stamp. I'm going to make some progress. I've been intervened on quite a few times in the last minute. So we may agree on the analysis of the stamp duty's failings, but we cannot support this motion because I don't believe it is a credible plan. And also, if stamp duty cut was to come in isolation, it may not deliver what people on these benches are saying it will. It may just gum up the housing market further for the next generation. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is high time that we had a serious debate about property tax reform in this country. I believe some of that has happened in this chamber today, but I don't believe that the motion reflects that serious debate, and so I will not support it today.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to be able to speak in this debate, and in the spirit of cross-party unity, I would like to congratulate Her Majesty's opposition for their valiant and brave attempts to dress up a political tax cut as a meaningful intervention in the housing market. And I've been looking at every single one of those opposition speakers and thinking about whether they really believe that this kind of tax cut is actually going to make a difference. I think I'd like to develop my argument a little bit further, and then I look forward to hearing from you. So these opposition proposals, and I have read them with interest, and I've been really looking out to see exactly how they intend to fund this tax cut. And I'm struck that not satisfied with the devastation of public services under their former attempts at austerity, and not satisfied with crashing the economy, driving up mortgage costs, driving up rents, driving down the supply of new homes, and driving down the overall rates of home ownership, they actually want to bring forward even more proposals that are unfunded. Not satisfied with a botched Brexit deal that has wrecked the many chances of people to be able to buy their own homes because of the impact on the economy, they want to introduce yet more unthought through proposals on tax cuts. So in the likely events that their ill thought through proposals for how to fund this tax cut are undeliverable, I just wonder whether they would be cutting £14 billion from Labour's £39 billion investment in genuinely affordable homes. Or would they be cutting £14 billion from this government's £23 billion investment in the National Wealth Fund to get our economy going? Or would they be taking money out of our £3.8 billion homelessness fund? Because the truth is, under the previous Conservative government's interventions in the housing market, we saw temporary accommodation go up, we saw rough sleeping go up, we saw mortgage rates go up, we saw rents go down, we saw rents go up, and we saw home ownership go down. The Tories pretend to be the party of home ownership, but it's Labour who is absolutely determined to get these homes built. It is Labour who is coming forward with the proposals to get these homes built, and I believe it's Labour who's going to be delivering on that. I'll give way to the person at the back.
Does she accept that within the last 30 years, the 4 highest years' worth of delivery of new housing occurred since 2018 under Conservative governments? And she makes a point, she's trying to make the point that this is a tax cut dressed up as an intervention in the housing market. What on earth is wrong with giving a tax cut to aspirational people who work hard and want to move up the housing ladder?
Well said. Hours has been presented as some kind of meaningful housing market intervention because of a supposed commitment to aspiration. It's the Labour Party that has always been the party of aspiration. It's the Labour Party that has been the driving force of social mobility throughout the last century, and the party opposite know, and that's why they're chuntering along so much. And look at the stark contrast of what this Labour government. Sorry, yes, I will give way.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to social mobility earlier, and the Honourable Lady's just mentioned it. If anybody wants to see what happens under the Conservatives in terms of social mobility, all they need to do is come to Minehead in my constituency, which is ranked 324th out of 324 in the entire country, after having a Conservative Member of Parliament for 23 years who did nothing.
I thank my honourable member for her intervention, which I think speaks for itself. And look at the stark contrast of what this Labour government is doing as meaningful interventions in the housing market. We've got a renters' rights bill that's already had royal assent, which is stabilising life for renters, which is making sure that they no longer live in fear of no-fault evictions. We have defeated a judicial review against vested interests and freeholders so that we can move forward with our leasehold proposals, both significant interventions that the opposition failed to deliver after 14 years, five of which were spent even trying to deliver reform for renters and reform for leaseholders, which would have meaningfully stabilised the housing market. We don't hear anything about all the people who are stuck in their homes because of the complete failure of the last government to actually tackle the cladding crisis or tackle leasehold. No, we don't hear anything from the opposition about their failures there. Just a political dressing up of this unfunded tax cut. I will in a minute. But the other thing that this Labour government has done is made sure that we are stabilising this economy. And as my honourable friend from Carshalton and Warrington has told us, we know that if savers want to save up for them to join the housing market, they need a stable economy. We have seen interest rates come down 5 times, which is costing, we think, mortgage payers saving mortgage payers about £100 a month. They are better off because of the stability that our Chancellor, that this Labour government is absolutely beginning to deliver. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She is being generous with intervention, so I thank her for that. Just to bring her back to stamp duty land tax, the average house price in her constituency is over £1 million. Does she... I haven't quite finished my...
So it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
The average house price in her constituency is over £1 million. Her constituents are the precise people who will be benefiting from this saving. Does she not think that her constituents would welcome the abolition of this tax?
How much the honourable member on the other side knows about my constituents. He may also know that nearly half of them are private renters, and less than about 15% of anybody can afford to own their own home in my constituency because of the record failures of the previous government to actually do something about the cladding crisis, about the supply of new genuinely affordable homes, about the delivery of low-cost home ownership, which would really make a difference. And so it's this Westminster City Council under Labour leadership that's actually able to deliver more genuinely affordable homes, and it's this Labour government who takes the challenge seriously, not these ill-thought-through proposals. So today we have seen Her Majesty's opposition make a valiant attempt to dress up a politically motivated tax cut as a meaningful housing intervention, but serious thinking, this is not. I'm pleased that I think this chamber will be voting against this ill-thought-through proposal, and will be carrying on with delivering meaningful intervention within the housing market and making sure that our publicly funded services are stable into the future.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the enthusiasm of my colleagues. It is a great pleasure to contribute to today's debate, which is a really important one. So many people, particularly young people, are desperate to get their foot onto the housing ladder, but feel that... I would just gently say I haven't really got into the flow of my speech either yet.
Develop the argument yet.
I will finish the first sentence before I take any interventions. Are desperate to get their foot onto the housing ladder, but feel that that vital first rung is utterly out of their reach. Now, I remember when I first bought my first property, and it was the most amazing feeling in the world when I first walked through that door with those keys. And it was really hard to save the money, to earn enough in order to secure the mortgage I needed, to save up the money for the stamp duty and the deposit. But I managed to do it, but I would have been able to do it sooner without that stamp duty cost. Yep. This is why I am delighted that the Conservatives are coming forward with a clear, coherent and aspirational plan to abolish stamp duty land tax on the purchase of primary residences and open up the dream of home ownership to the next generation. I will, of course, give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I wonder if she can agree with me that when this policy was announced at our party conference in October, it was the first solid piece of political idea that has come forward from any political party since the last election that genuinely offers aspiration for hard-working families. And we're not just talking about hard-working families who are needing to get onto the housing ladder for the first place. Those hard-working families in constituencies like hers and mine, where people are desperate to expand their family and to continue contributing to the society that we all live in.
I thank my honourable friend for making that very pertinent point. And this is proper Conservative policy. This is the kind of thing everyone in this country is clamouring for. And this party is delivering that under our new leadership. For too long, stamp duty has been a dead weight on the housing market, a tax on aspiration, and a barrier to the kind of home ownership that gives people a genuine stake in their community. It is time we abolished it on primary residences. We can surely all agree that our housing market is not working as it should. Far too many young people feel locked out, priced out and increasingly disillusioned. The average age of a first-time buyer in England is now 34, up by nearly a decade from where it was 40 years ago. In London, it's even higher. And across the country, 20% fewer 25 to 34-year-olds own a home today than they did in the year 2000. And I have skin in the game. I've got 3 children. I want them to be able to buy a house without them coming to mummy and daddy to help them out. I should declare that interest. This amounts, Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, to an economic failure, but also a social failure. Home ownership gives people stability, autonomy, and long-term security. It encourages saving. It strengthens families. And it fosters pride and a sense of genuine community in our towns and villages. Abolishing stamp duty will save families thousands of pounds and put the many benefits of home ownership back into reach for the next generation.
On that point, would you give way?
I will, of course, give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that cutting stamp duty not only benefits young people aspiring for home ownership, but it will also act as an incentive for older people to downsize, freeing up those larger family homes and making those larger homes available for families that need to increase the size of the house that they own?
I thank my honourable friend for making that point, and I will be making that exact same point later in my speech. I completely agree that that is a very relevant change that will come about from this. I see clearly in my own constituency the way in which stamp duty chokes and distorts the market as it penalises those who move, creates a disincentive for older people to downsize, and deters growing families from upsizing into more suitable family homes. As the Institute for Fiscal Studies has put it, stamp duty land tax is in a crowded field, the most economically damaging tax in the UK. I cannot disagree with that. My constituents feel this acutely. Stamp duty is all the more painful in an area where the average house price is now above £490,000. The young families I speak to, those who have made the move out of London and settle in towns like Redhill or Reigate, have been hit with eye-watering upfront costs that made those moves extremely challenging. Many more will have found it impossible. That's why our policy matters. We intend to strip away one of the fundamental barriers to family life in this country. Eliminating stamp duty will save the average first-time buyer in the South East around £4,000 and as much as £18,000 in London. And unlike the party opposite, we will not punish those looking to move further up the ladder with frozen thresholds and stealth tax hikes. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, you would expect me to paint a suitably positive view of this proposal. But what do the experts think? Zoopla's Richard Donnell has rightly said that more home moves will, and I quote, support economic growth and the ambition to build more homes. The IEA went further, calling this the single best reform any government could make to Britain's tax system. Indeed, the case seems so strong that one has to wonder why the government oppose us on this. The truth is that Labour has always been the party of higher taxes on homes. They reversed a Conservative policy that raised the first-time buyer threshold to £425,000. They are freezing stamp duty thresholds in real terms, dragging more and more people into paying this punitive tax each year. And while they talk endlessly about house building, their actions tell a different story. Not only are they on track to miss their self-imposed housing targets, but the Housing Secretary himself tried to block 237 new homes in his own constituency, despite promising to build, baby build. By contrast, the Conservatives have delivered 2.8 million homes over the past 14 years, including nearly 750,000 affordable homes, and we are pledging to go further. I will, of course, give way.
Thank you. As someone who represents a very rural constituency with villages where young people are constantly forced to move out where they grew up from, could you explain to me where in rural Britain these affordable homes were located, where young people can move to, where they can make a family life? Because for 14 years they were shut out of the communities that they grew up in.
I thank the Honourable Member for raising that point, and he raises a really important point. So we do have this situation where a lot of young people are forced to go elsewhere, and indeed the area where I live is very expensive, and I am worried that my children will be forced potentially to look elsewhere. And that's why it's so important that we focus on the future now. We need... I will, of course, give way.
And isn't that the fundamental point why the comments made earlier about downsizing is so important? This tax is stopping people downsize, which means that people are not moving out, not freeing up those houses that young people could and should be moving into.
I thank my honourable friend for making that point. I think he makes the point very, very well. Going back to the honourable member, this is something that we do need to take really seriously, and we can look back the whole time, or we can look forward and think about what policies are right for the people of this country and deliver for the people of this country. I will, of course, give way.
Thank you very much, my honourable friend, for giving way. Just on this point, I think it shows the complexity of the issue, and this whole painting 14 years this, 14 years that doesn't represent what actually is happening. So, for example, in Fylde, it is the villages and the small towns where we have seen the largest amount of house building, because developers know that they can get planning permission there and sell the houses for a lot more than they could 5-10 miles in a different direction. And therefore, actually, in some areas, there has been a significant amount of overdevelopment on the green belt, and we should not use individual examples as a reason to redefine vast chunks of the green belt as grey belt simply to concrete over our countryside.
I thank my honourable friend for making that excellent point, and a very pertinent point to my constituency as well, which is full of amazing, beautiful green belts. And we are really suffering with what this government has done around housing targets. So the housing targets in Reigate and Banstead have doubled, whereas they have gone down in London. So I can tell you what that means. It means we are building more homes, but it's not for local people. It's not for the children you mentioned that want to stay close to home. It's for people living in London who then move out to Reigate and Banstead. And that can't... I will, of course, agree.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I wonder if she shares my concern that in the southwest of England, the government has reduced the building target for Bristol City Council, which has a lot of Labour members, but has instead increased the building target for rural Somerset, where there are very few Labour members, by 40%. And does she share my concern that Labour are fiddling those housing targets for political advantage?
I thank my honourable friend for yet another very relevant and important point. And I would urge the government to really think logically about what they're trying to achieve here. We all support the ambition to build more homes. We recognise the problem that is trying to be solved. However, the way we do it is really important, and it is very important that we have those homes in the right places and that we set the targets in a logical, meaningful way. With this policy, and others like it, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are offering the public a clear choice. A choice between a party that wants to unlock aspiration and reward the hard work of our young people, and a party that clings to economically damaging taxes because its own backbenchers refuse to make even the smallest concessions on out-of-control spending. Yeah. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are on this side of the House are clear that any significant change to tax policy must be properly costed. The public finances are in a challenging place, and reckless commitments only add to the prevailing sense of uncertainty. That is why it is so important to emphasise that our intention to scrap stamp duty on primary residences is costed and fully funded, fully paid for through our £47 billion savings package. Our plan is clear. It is costed, and it is rooted in a belief that home ownership should be within reach of the next generation, just as it was for our own. Thank you.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This debate captures the key difference between Conservatives and the Labour Party. Because we on these benches believe in people. We believe in their talent, their drive, their hopes and their aspirations. And by contrast, the Labour Party like to box people in, to restrict, to regulate, and let the state determine every aspect of their lives. We on this side of the House believe in setting people free, free to work hard, free to achieve, and free to build their own future. Let's unleash the power of individual freedom. Let's unleash the energy of the maker and enterprise. And above all, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's unleash the unstoppable force of aspiration across every part of the UK.
Very good.
The word aspiration runs through the very DNA of the Conservative Party. It's who we are. From delivering educational reforms to promoting social mobility, to delivering a property-owning democracy. Of course I'll give way.
I would be very grateful if the Honourable Member would expand on how that driving value of aspiration came into the Conservative government when they were completely failing to address the urgent need for leasehold reform over the last 5 years, when so many people have been suffering to sell their leasehold homes because of the cladding on their homes. Where was aspiration then?
I thank the Honourable Member for her intervention. Aspiration, Conservative aspiration, comes from a sense. I'll give her an example. In my family, they never owned their own homes. My grandparents didn't own their own homes, but Margaret Thatcher gave them the opportunity to do so. She gave many people like my grandparents the opportunity to aspire, to achieve, to own their own homes. That's the aspiration we need to get back to as a country. Every generation of Conservatives have understood this ambition. And it's not your background that shapes your future. This is the equality of opportunity in action, not equality of outcome that the Labour Party so much desire. But we cannot talk about aspiration without celebrating the Prime Minister that understood it the best. Mrs Thatcher gave people the freedom to own their own future. She rewarded hard work through lower taxes, turned millions of people into shareholders through privatisation, and made dreams of home ownership a reality for many across the country with her Right to Buy scheme. Mrs Thatcher just got it. She understood human nature, she understood people are ambitious, and she knew that when you trust individuals and not the state, Britain succeeds.
My honourable friend, give way.
Of course I'll give way.
I think going back to what former fantastic great Prime Minister did and comparing it to the policy on stamp duty, both times it was hated by the people on the benches opposite, because what it did was take away the role, the choking role of the state, and free people up to have that aspiration and that social mobility. And it proved that actually giving people their own homes, allowing them to buy them and removing the state from their lives, created that social mobility. In the same way here, removing that tax and allowing people that aspiration to be able to smash those ceilings is important. And the members opposite hate it because it reduces the size of the state, the dependency on the state, and the hold they have over people's lives.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right. Unfortunately, the party opposite, they tend to have the mantra, what I can't have, you shan't have. But we on this side want everyone to succeed. Of course I'll give way.
I'm still smarting from my honourable friend's reluctance to squash the honourable member for Westminster and the cities of London, who alleged that there had been no leasehold reform. Such was the extent of leasehold reform under Conservative governments that the Duke of Westminster resigned from the party in indignation.
Well, I thank the honourable member for putting that on the record. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not confident that this Labour government understands aspiration, because they simply cannot comprehend the politics that people want to better themselves, their families and their communities. In fact, they actually fear aspiration, sadly. And that is why this Labour government is the most anti-aspirational government in living memory. They have strangled the jobs market, and they've sent unemployment rates soaring, the direct result of punishing employer national insurance hikes, and their reckless unemployment rights bill is striking fear into businesses up and down the country as they question whether to take a punt on recruiting new people, particularly young people. That they've caved into the hard left on much needed reforms to the welfare system, a system that should reward hard work and not entrench state dependency. As is always the case with the Labour government, they invariably side with the shirkers and not on the side of the strivers. And sadly, they have driven our economy into a full-blown doom loop, a cycle of ever-increasing taxes, rising inflation and net zero growth. Every hard-working family in mid-Leicestershire is paying the price for this government's failure. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is most damaging at all isn't just the economic damage, it's the lack of a can-do attitude they have and they're instilling in our young people.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I'll give way.
On that can-do attitude, what surprised me about this debate so far from the opposite benches is that a number of honourable members on those benches seem to agree that this was a good thing to do, and indeed, as far as I can tell, any commentator on the property market and indeed the economics have said it's a good thing to do, and yet they just don't seem to want to do it.
I think the honourable member puts the case very clearly, and he's absolutely right. But they talk about intergenerational unfairness, but they do not do anything about it. Indeed, encouraging young people to determine their own futures is what Conservatives we believe in. And that is what... Of course I'll give way.
My colleague speaks of intergenerational fairness. Does he agree with me that actually if we keep the status quo, we are really hindering older householders who may be asset rich and cash poor because fortunately for them, the value of their property has increased, but not necessarily their income. And by stopping this policy in its tracks, we're actually stopping those older people who may be desperate to downsize, knowing that it would play their part in providing homes for other families, but just simply can't afford to because the stamp duty on those more expensive properties is absolutely unpayable for them.
I thank my honourable friend for making an excellent point, and I have many people that come to my surgeries that make that point month in, month out. Now, that is why this Conservative motion matters. By abolishing stamp duty, we are empowering young people to aspire to own their own homes and to invest in their own futures. This is what a responsible government does, giving people the tools to achieve their ambitions. This policy will not just transform lives, but it will boost the economy, stimulate growth in the property market, and add an incredible $17 billion to our GDP over 10 years. We saw the results when the last Conservative government cut stamp duty in 2021. People took the opportunity to invest in their own futures. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the Conservative way. Lower taxes, greater ownership and rediscovered aspiration. So, to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll be voting for this aspirational motion put forward by the Leader of the Opposition. She understands that it's not just a question of economics, but it's a question of values. We should choose freedom over control, ambition over dependency, and aspiration over stagnation. This is the Conservative vision for Britain, and one that I know my constituents in Mid Leicestershire, particularly the young people, will get behind.
Gideon Amos.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Access to home ownership has never been harder. Fewer and fewer people can afford to buy a home of their own, and 12,000 households in my county of Somerset are languishing on the waiting list, unable to get a home at a decent rent. Under the Conservatives, we've heard a lot about Mrs Thatcher since the sell-off began.
Wait for it.
Since the sell-off began of council houses, 2.3 million were never replaced. That promise was broken by the Conservatives over and over again, so that where our population has increased 5 times that amount, we've had a massive loss of social and council rent homes because they were never replaced by several Conservative governments. By taxing transactions, stamp duty, land tax is unfair on buyers. It needs to be reformed, but as my honourable friend, Member St Albans has said, as part of a full review of taxes on property. And of course, the vast majority of first-time buyers would be completely unaffected by the proposals of the opposition party because they already pay no stamp duty, land tax. And by triggering a big increase in house prices, it seems clear that their policy would mostly benefit those selling homes at high prices, and probably only those right at the beginning of the chain in those instances. But more importantly, wiping out revenue from tax without wider tax reform, without any serious proposals for the massive hole in public finances that would create, is another Liz Truss budget in the making. And perhaps she planted the magic money tree in this autumn. We're seeing the fruits of it in more mad Conservative tax proposals as a result. It seems clear they've learned nothing from the rocketing of inflation, the increasing of mortgage rates, that affected everyone in my constituency and around the country from the Truss budget. And of course I won't.
Just very quickly to make the point that the interest rates on the bond market are now higher than they were after that mini budget, and I think constantly harking back to that when we're in a worse position now than we were then kind of makes the point the Lib Dems are on everybody's side but nobody's.
I quite understand why the members on those benches keep asking us to look forward and not look backwards at the experience of their own governments in the trust budget, because it's an experience they don't want to remember. It's an experience they would like to forget. But unfortunately, the effects of that trust budget were long and far-reaching and have had serious effects on all of our constituents. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman who I followed when I gave my maiden speech. So it's very good to see him. Doesn't it just say everything that we now have Conservative Party colleagues on the other side of the House defending the trust budget and all the damage it did to communities like mine and his?
Absolutely, they have no recollection of the past. They are blind to the experience of their own government, and they are only asking us, urging us, pleading with us to look forward and not to look back at their own record. In Taunton and Wellington, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are countless examples of folk unable to afford a home of their own. Rosanna, a qualified solicitor living with her parents for over 6 years, unable to afford a new home. What's needed, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a far bigger focus on building council and social rent homes needed by our country, up from the government's target of 20,000 a year to the 150,000 per year the Liberal Democrats propose, and less reliance on a few big house builder developers whose interest, perfectly reasonably, is on increasing profits in the value of their land rather than on making their products cheaper, why would they, or necessarily on increasing the amount of housing supply. Less reliance on the big developers and more homes delivered by public funding in terms of council and social rent homes would mean there would be no need for the government to have cut the affordable housing requirements in London that it did last week. Our manifesto provided £6 billion per year over 5 years to begin to reach that total, and not just the 90,000 social rent homes that Shelter and National Housing Federation say we need, but 150,000 in our manifesto, because a decent home shouldn't just be for the most vulnerable, the most excluded. It should be for all working people who should be able to have a home at a decent rent. Coupled with that, we need to see new routes available to get onto the housing ladder, the home ownership ladder, and a new generation of rent-to-own homes where renters can gain ownership over 30 years. I will give way to whoever it was.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he's making a
changes to agricultural and business property relief, which increase inheritance tax. They reduce investment by family businesses. And the Employment Rights Act makes it more expensive, time-consuming and difficult to employ people. The government has turned on the spending taps, levied record amounts of tax, and yet at the same time has implemented measures that increase unemployment and make Britain less competitive. Every Labour government has led to higher unemployment. And it is a deep regret that in every month since the general election, unemployment has risen. Now, I don't think the party opposite are malevolent. They simply have no clue as to how business works. We can announce... Happy to give way.
Well, I thank the honourable member for giving way. His party's position now on the green economy is to take away some of the support for it. Figures show that the green economy is growing around 10%. It provides often better paid jobs and it's fueling job creation. Given his party's position, does he believe that it's in the interest of the economy to cut the legs out from underneath the green economy?
Well, I'm amazed to hear that the real economy is growing by 10%. It must be a forecaster I haven't heard of. But of course, we believe it is possible to cut welfare spending. In fact, a few months ago, his party believed it was possible. And in fact, they put forward a very modest proposal to reduce welfare spending by £5 billion, had the support of this side of the House. And yet, unfortunately, at the first whiff of rebellion, the Chancellor caved. And that shows that they have no idea how finance works, how business works, how confidence works. They undermine their credibility by not being able to undertake even the smallest reform. Now, we can announce the abolition of stamp duty because we promised to put Britain on a different track. Our golden rule means that for every pound we make of savings, half will go on reducing the deficit and paying down our debts. And we will reduce spending, and have announced plans to do so, by £47 billion a year. And about half of this will come from cutting the welfare bill, including stopping the ballooning bill for mobility cars for those with mild mental health issues. And £8 billion of savings will come from reducing the civil service to the size it was before the pandemic. We will save money by closing asylum hotels, reserving other benefits to UK nationals, and coming to a more credible position on net zero. By taking these tough choices, we can cut taxes and help the economy. We estimate that abolishing stamp duty will cost £9 billion, set against the savings that we've outlined. By removing it, we are signalling that we believe in growth, in enterprise, and in enabling every citizen to build their future.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate on this very important topic, and it's one that I very passionately believe in as someone who got involved in politics to make people's lives better, to be on the side of those who work hard, do the right thing, and who are aspirational for themselves and their families. And that's the fundamental point at the core of this argument. And I think my honourable friend, the member for Windsor, he made a great point when he said that this is a moral mission. It's a moral mission to be on the side not just of those who are aspirational, but to unlock the hopes, the dreams of a generation which want to have that tangible stake in society, but who have great fears that they will never achieve that. And stamp duty, for many, it's a tax on that dream home, that bridge between where they are today and where they want to go tomorrow, particularly for their families. We hear a lot in this debate about first-time buyers, and it's right that we focus on first-time buyers, but it's particularly shameful that one of the first acts of this Labour government was to lower the threshold at which stamp duty was imposed for their those first-time buyers. But once they've been in their house for a few years and they've got a child, maybe a second child, and want to move on up the property ladder into a property that will better meet their needs, that's where this tax really starts to bite. I've got constituents who've approached me because they've been able to afford a mortgage on their next home. They've even identified that next home that they want to move into, but it's the stamp duty that is preventing them from moving. And what particularly strikes me, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the argument that we've had between the two sides of the House, in fact, probably across both opposition sides of the House and members on this side of the chamber, is that many are making the case that stamp duty is something, well, if we removed it, it's going to cause house prices to rise. If stamp duty was removed as a temporary measure, there's a chance that that would happen. But if it was removed in perpetuity, the housing market will regularise without a huge increase in house prices. This is the key to unlocking the aspiration that so many hold for themselves and their families. And I can only conclude that whilst I don't believe members on the benches opposite have particularly nefarious intent, that this really does demonstrate the politics of envy. Yeah. You know, it's a fact of life that there are some in society who will always have more wealth than others. The scale is always relative. But even if those at the upper end of the strata of wealth in society benefit from a tax cut that this would impose, those further down the chain below them will also benefit from this. The great reality of this proposal is that it's universal in its application. Everyone will benefit. And this is fundamentally about unlocking mobility and the aspirations of so many. It's not just the first-time buyers, it's not just those wanting to move up, but those who want to downsize that we've heard so much about today. There are plenty of constituents across Bromsgrove and the villages who are not cash rich but are asset poor, who I know are trapped in larger houses but would like to downsize should the fiscal incentive be there for them to do so. And stamp duty in the form of tens of thousands of pounds is absolutely that key in so many cases.
Will you give way on that point?
I will give way.
And one of the really important points about that, especially for elderly people who are caught in a large home, is from the social care aspect in terms of making sure their health care and support is there as they get older. If they find themselves trapped in a large house, it has all the problems of how do you make sure it's modified. That has an additional cost that is often lost. So does he agree by freeing them up to be able to move, there's a benefit saving there?
My honourable friend makes a very valid and important point, and that's one of the great peripheral sort of benefits of this policy. Should the government embrace it? And I do encourage them to look seriously at it. I encourage the government to vote for this motion on the basis of intent alone, even if they've got no intention of implementing it anytime soon. We've heard, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the stimulus effect. A typical spend from someone moving house or a family moving house is around £9,000. My honourable friend, the member for Windsor, pointed out that those who are employed in trades that would benefit from that spend, these are people who aren't necessarily rich. They're the hard workers who set their alarms in the morning. They're the very people themselves who have aspiration for their family and want to be able to move up the property ladder. But one of the fundamental ideological points that seems to be striking me in this debate, emanating from members on the opposite side, is one of sort of a denial of capitalism, if you like, and the role that capitalism plays in driving up prosperity. And my right honourable friend, the member for North West Hampshire, he made this point so eloquently. Capitalism is not something that we should be afraid of. It's the biggest driver of prosperity that the Western world has known, and members on the benches opposite should embrace it with a little bit more vigour. Madam Deputy Speaker, a point that I've got to touch upon because it affects my constituency so profoundly is the government's increase in housing targets. Members on these benches, including myself, we are not anti-house building, but we do believe that house building has to be proportionate. Now, in my case, Bromsgrove in the Villages is a 79% rural constituency. It really is the green buffer between Worcestershire and the urban sprawl of Birmingham. It is 89% greenbelt, yet our housing target has increased by a staggering 85%, whilst the housing target in adjacent Birmingham has decreased by over 30%. Now, I've given various ministers various opportunities to address this point on the floor of the House of Commons. No one has been able to yet, so I can only assume, in the words of my honourable friend, the member for Bridgewater, that the government is fiddling the figures for political reasons. So I would welcome it if the minister, in his summing up, would address the huge disparity, the disproportionate burden being borne on rural areas, including Bromsgrove in the villages, as a result of the government's current housing targets. But there is something that the government could do in order to make the bitter pill of more housing easy to swallow, but they abandoned it on day one, and that is to have high-quality design as a central tenet of the planning system. The previous government opened the Office for Place, an advisory body, if you like, that advised the Secretary of State on the quality of the built environment. And every single government, regardless of political colour, should embrace the principles of good design, because they don't just lead to good houses, they lead to better communities. And if you can convey to a community that new housing is not going to impose red brick monotony that erodes a sense of identity and character, then the government will find much more openness from communities towards the house building agenda. I will give way.
He makes an excellent point, and one of the biggest concerns I have is that the government has taken away the funding for neighbourhood plans. Now, neighbourhood plans, we know, gives villages their say of where planning goes, but more importantly, delivers more housing. So is it short-sighted? Does he believe it's short-sighted to take that funding away, compounding the problem he's talking about at style and design, to get communities to take on extra housing?
He's spot on. It's incredibly short-sighted, and I think it will prove to be a false economy. So I urge the government, Madam Deputy Speaker, to embrace good design, to provide a justification to my constituents on why it's pursuing the current house targets in such a disproportionate way across the country. And most of all, I implore the government to put at the centre of their fiscal plans to bear in mind the scale of ambition that hard-working people have every single day when they set their alarms, they go out to work, they want to do the right thing for their families. The government must realise that by pulling the right fiscal levers, cutting the right taxes, that will stimulate the very kind of activity that will drive the growth that they are so desperate to achieve.
Shadow Minister James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague, the Right Honourable Member for Central Devon, setting out the opening case for the opposition's position with regard to stamp duty. This is a policy that I feel particularly passionate about. It was one that I put forward when I was running for leadership of the Conservative Party, and like all good ideas, it has been embraced by my friend and colleague, the Leader of the Opposition. But more than that, and this is a really key point, I am also particularly glad that my friend and colleague, the Shadow Chancellor, and his shadow team have worked hard to make sure that cutting stamp duty is not just a headline, it is a fully costed and set out policy. And the Leader of the Opposition has, I think, in a very magnanimous way, said that if the government wants to steal this idea and implement it now, they will actually get no opposition from us if they choose to do so. And I think this is a typical generosity of spirit shown by the Leader of the Opposition, because clearly the party opposite are struggling to come up with credible economic plans of their own. So they are very, very welcome to steal the economic plans that we have put in place. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I was struck by the nature of this debate in a positive way in many instances. And it has been mentioned by a number of my colleagues on the Conservative benches that the expected wall of thoughtless opposition to this proposal hasn't actually materialised at quite the scale that we expected. I mean, it has materialised in some instances, but that is only to be expected. What we heard on a number of occasions in a number of speeches, and I'll make reference to some of the contributions in the debate today as I go through my speech, what we heard on a number of occasions from the benches opposite was that they recognised that stamp duty was a bad tax. They recognised that stamp duty was a counterproductive tax. They recognised that stamp duty had a dampening drag anchor effect on the housing market. But then they went on to say, but we need the money, that they're desperate to have the tax revenues. And I think that that shows something which is a fundamental challenge that, frankly, the party opposite is going to have to deal with in November of this month, which is, if they cannot agree that this damaging, counterproductive tax cannot be got rid of, then what tax are they willing to reduce? And if they're going to sit in front of the House and basically just say, frankly, there is not a single tax in the British system that they are willing to cut, reduce, or remove, then the mask has slipped, Madam Deputy Speaker. The mask has slipped. Under a Labour government, this country faces ever-increasing taxes. This is basically what they are saying, Madam Deputy Speaker. They admit this tax is a bad tax, but they're saying they are not willing to vote for its removal because they want to see, they need to see, they're desperate to see taxes going up. That's fundamentally the argument put by many people on the benches opposite. The position, I will.
Does he agree with me that it's slightly further compounded by that? Because when it comes to making spending reductions, we've already seen on the floor of the House that the one attempt to do that was gutted mid-discussion when it was pulled, an amendment was pulled from the bill that dealt with welfare. So therefore, they also won't take any spending cuts either, which doesn't leave much else bar borrowing, in my estimation.
My honourable friend is absolutely spot on, and this was a point I think very, very well highlighted by my good friend, the honourable member for Bridgewater. He highlighted that on this side of the House, we felt that this damaging and counterproductive tax should be removed. And as I say, my good friend, the Right Honourable Member for Central Devon, has set out how this was going to be paid for through a reduction in the welfare bill, something which I know has universal support on this side of the House. But my honourable friend, the member for Bridgewater, highlighted that not only is a reduction of welfare something that we think is a necessary and good idea, it was something that the Labour front bench used to think was a necessary and good idea until, with great leadership, they were told by their backbenchers to stop thinking that it was a necessary and good idea and start thinking that it was a terrible idea. Such leadership from the backbenches is something that I admire from that party. And if only the Labour front bench had anything like the spine of the Labour backbenches, then actually the country might not be in quite such a dire economic state. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Labour Party, the Labour benches, as I say, the Labour benches have basically said they are unwilling to cut even the worst of the taxes because basically they want to see taxes going up. The Lib Dem position is yoga-like in its ability to bend, pretzel-like, because one after another, the speakers from those benches stood up and said, we agree that this is a bad tax. We agree that this is a counterproductive tax. We agree that it's a tax that needs to go. And I suspect others on my benches, thought, here we come, here we go. The crescendo, the pièce de résistance, with those speeches saying, which is why you will see us in the lobbies with you, ensuring that this motion is passed. But that's not what we heard. That is not what, in a minute, I've got a punchline to get to. This is not what we heard. What we heard was that we think this is a bad tax that should be got rid of, but we are not going to vote to say it's a bad tax that should be got rid of because, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, is always which is always the Lib Dems punchline. It's always the Lib Dems punchline. I was waiting for that explosion of political integrity, only to be presented with a political damp squib. And I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way after his fantastic punchline, which everybody really enjoyed.
Yes. Where was it?
Exactly. He obviously wasn't paying enough attention. We did agree with the analysis of stamp duty being a poor tax, but we could not support your motion today because we do not think it is a credible plan for abolishing it. What we'd like to see is a much more holistic review of property taxes alongside a credible plan. And there was no credible plan in it today. We do not trust the public spending cut proposals that he's put forward.
Oh, Madam Deputy Speaker, you've got to love them, haven't you? Genuine, you've got to love them. Never seen a fence that they would not sit on. Never seen a position that they would not contort around. These are our principles, is what they say. These are our principles, but so are these, and so are these other ones as well. It is that clarity, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that clarity that we really value from the party. And I will give way to the lady opposite.
Thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I'll be a little bit clearer on our principles. We won't be joining you in the voting lobby tonight because we won't be voting for unfunded tax cuts that predominantly serve the wealthy and do nothing to help first-time buyers or ordinary working people up and down the country.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is how you actually have a position. It's the wrong position, but it's at least a position. And the point is, the honourable lady keeps talking about unfunded tax cuts, but she's getting her language back to front. You don't fund a tax cut because it is the British people that fund government spending. So when you ease government spending, you are easing the burden on the British taxpayer. It is spending that needs to be funded, not a reduction in spending. And the reason, and this is where I'll make the point, this is where I'll reinforce a number of what I thought were very, very strong interventions in support of this motion. I was very struck by my honourable friend, the member for Windsor, who spoke about his own experience trying to get on the housing ladder and how that enthusiasm was suppressed, was diminished by the realisation that stamp duty was going to make getting that first foot on the housing ladder even more difficult. And I recognise, and the honourable member for Pendle and Clitheroe, I think made a legitimate point that this is a tax which does affect different parts of the country very differently. And I think it is a fair point that he has made, that there will be many parts of the country where it is not typical that people are paying stamp duty land tax or a significant quantum, a significant scale of stamp duty land tax. But that is not a good reason to deny this reduction in cost to those people in the country that do. And although in his constituency there might not be many, I guarantee he will not have to travel very far before he starts to meet people who are being dissuaded from purchasing properties because of the stamp duty land tax. And certainly for those members representing constituencies near big cities, wherever they are across the country, or certainly those who represent constituencies in the south of the country, there are significant numbers of people who are paying this tax. And it has been mentioned by members on my benches, too many to single out, that it's not just the impact it has on people who are or may be paying the stamp duty land tax that this proposal impacts positively. Because And I guarantee almost all of us can imagine a streetscape that I'm about to describe. Perhaps houses in a Victorian or Edwardian part of our constituencies. Perhaps semi-detached or detached houses on what used to be the periphery of those towns or cities. Perhaps those towns and cities have now expanded beyond that, but there will typically be a band of properties populated disproportionately by older couples or older people. They will often have been in those constituencies for many, many decades. Their children have moved out and they are now under-occupying those properties with perhaps 2, 3, maybe even 4 bedrooms spare. But they are deterred from downsizing because of the fear of the stamp duty that they will have to pay. Estimates show that 2.8 million people would consider downsizing or right-sizing, as my honourable friend said, if stamp duty were removed. What then happens is a ripple effect throughout the housing market, freeing up family houses for people who are currently in overcrowded accommodation. Not only that, the London School of Economics estimates that for every housing transaction, an estimated £6,000 of economic activity is pumped into the local market. Local builders doing refurbishments, perhaps doing extensions, fitting new bathrooms, fitting new kitchens, soft furnishings, white goods. These are the things that people typically buy when they move. And what type of business typically provides those goods and services? Local businesses, SMEs, embedded in their communities. These are the people who are being denied economic activity because this tax is stifling the property market. We need liquidity in the property market. We need people buying and selling. We need people spending money with local businesses, in local shops, across the whole of the country. This is what reducing the tax burden on people does. This is what removing stamp duty land tax will achieve. And yet, on that side of the house, and on this side of the house, we are seeing people contorting themselves to find excuses to not reduce this burdensome tax. And I genuinely don't understand why. I genuinely don't understand why. 2.8 million homes could be released into the market. And if each of those homes had 2 or 3 spare bedrooms, that would immediately eclipse the 1.5 million homes that Labour are desperately trying to convince the country are going to be built under their tenure. And it can be done almost immediately without a brick being laid. And more importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, without any government subsidy needed. This is what the House is saying no to. But not these benches. These benches understand aspiration. The Conservative Party has always been the party of aspiration. This has always been the party that helped people get on the housing ladder and up the housing ladder, because that is a noble and normal aspiration, and one that we support, even if the other benches don't. And I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
For giving way, he wonders why it might not have something to do with the 14 billion quid that he hasn't worked out how the government are going to find. But if it was so easy in all those days before COVID, why did his party never do it in 14 years?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it was these benches that reduced the stamp duty burden, something that was reversed almost immediately when this party came into office. And the simple truth of the matter is this has always been the party. The Conservative Party has always been the party of home ownership and aspiration, helping people have a stake in not just the country and the economy, but in their local communities, helping parents stay closer to their own parents so that grandparents can see their grandchildren, creating flexibility so when job opportunities are created around the country, people can actually move to those jobs without having a financial penalty for doing so. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is what is at stake. That is what we are proposing. That is what these benches will continually fight to see, even in the face of the opposition, from a party that should be about aspiration, that used to be about aspiration, that has lost its way, drifted from the path of righteousness, and is going to oppose, if they do as they claim to do, they're going to oppose the removal of what is being regularly described by economic experts as the single most damaging tax on our books. And as I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will conclude with this point. I could go on if you want. But I will conclude on this point, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will conclude on this point. If the benches opposite and the benches to my left, both metaphorically and physically, are unwilling to countenance the removal of what is pretty much universally described as the single most counterproductive tax, what tax will they remove? And as I say, I think the mask has slipped. They will not bring themselves to reduce any taxes. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is something that the British people will notice, and so will the markets, because the unwillingness of the Labour Party to make any kind of difficult decisions with regard to public spending or the reduction of the tax burden on the British people is not just painful for those taxpayers themselves, but it is going to be painful for our children and our grandchildren who are going to pay increased amounts of money to fund the spending, which can be, as my honourable friend said, it can be the only way that the Chancellor is going to try and dig herself out of this hole. And that is a burden on generations to come. So the choice, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we divide, and I suspect we will divide, the choice is between a party that seeks to support aspiration, support families, support small businesses, support the building trade, or those parties that will oppose all those things, increase the tax burden on British people, increase the tax burden on the children and grandchildren, and indeed the great-grandchildren of the people alive today. That is not what my party is about. That is not what this country should be about. And I urge all those people who want to do right by small businesses and future generations to support this motion and scrap this deeply, deeply counterproductive tax. And I commend this motion to the House.
Minister Lucy Rinkley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my thanks as well to all the honourable and right honourable members who've contributed to today's debate, and especially to my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, for his speech at the start of this debate, and to the Shadow Chancellor, the right honourable member for Central Devon, for bringing this debate in the Chamber today, and to the Shadow Secretary of State for Housing, the honourable member for Braintree, for concluding on behalf of the opposition. And now, Madam Deputy Speaker, with those niceties over, I'll turn to the substance of the motion that we're debating today, which, as the Chief Secretary said in his comments, is a fundamentally flawed one, because members opposite have, despite the Leader of the Opposition's seemingly steadfast but now very much abandoned commitment to have no policy at all, members opposite have looked back at their own shockingly bad economic record and taken the rather extraordinary view that they are well placed to offer input and advice as to the upcoming budget, which of course is entirely a matter for the Chancellor to decide once she's seen the OBR's forecast, and which she will then share with the House at the end of next month. But they've looked at all this, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thought, seemingly for quite a period of time, and decided that now is the right moment to offer some policy. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the solution, seemingly, to all the hardships that they inflicted on the country during their time in power is it's more of the same. Actually, it's more of the same. So more unfunded tax cuts, more instability, more austerity, more harm to our public services, and dare I say it, Madam Deputy Speaker, more of the approach that meant their penultimate Prime Minister was outlasted by a lettuce. That is their, I'll make some progress if I may, that is their pitch to the British public. Reckless with our public finances, reckless with our public services, and reckless with the future of this country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, members opposite are competing to say how sad and angry they are about this tax. But they'll be absolutely furious, Madam Deputy Speaker, when they find out which party it was that gave us the highest tax burden since the Second World War. Today's motion, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a seemingly straight-faced argument from the benches opposite that we should do the exact thing which brought their 14 years of government to its end. It is the proof that they have learned.
Mr. Stewart, is it an actual point of order? I think the Minister was coming to a conclusion. We're just preventing business going forward. Ministers or front benchers or members not taking interventions are not necessarily a point of order. Do you want to proceed?
Point
of order.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if there's anything the Chair can do to help the Minister, because she appeared unaware that her own government, of which she's a Treasury Minister, is the one that has brought us the highest ever state level of tax in this country. And I wonder if this Chair could do something.
It's not my job to write yours or the Minister's speeches, if only. Minister, that was not a point of order. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So this is proof that they have learned none of the lessons of their catastrophic mini-budget, of the years and years of punishing austerity inflicted on the people and the institutions of this country, with nothing whatsoever to show for it but soaring debt, low productivity and devastated household finances. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be clear, stamp duty is not a beloved tax. Far from it. No more. It is no more beloved than any other tax is. But what it is an effective tax that raises billions of pounds annually, with those buying the most expensive properties contributing the most. And this contribution is vital to the upkeep of our public services, our NHS, our schools, our armed forces. And abolishing stamp duty would take billions out of the public purse. £13.9 billion alone, a multi-billion pound tax cut to the budgets of our most essential services. It is the same horror show from the same old Conservatives, wildly swinging their side at public services without a care in the world for the consequences for our NHS, our schools and our armed forces. So which services would members opposite want to cut down this time? Would it be fewer nurses? I'll come to that. Fewer soldiers, fewer police officers. Madam Deputy Speaker, they're asking me if I'm asking. I'm more than aware that they've referenced in this debate their fantasy economics based on welfare cuts. But the Shadow Chancellor oversaw the biggest increase in benefit spending in decades when he was the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. If he truly believes in welfare, if he truly believes that welfare spending needs cutting, why did he let it balloon, Madam Deputy Speaker? We've heard from various honourable members their objections to this tax and to all sorts of things that they imagine might be in the budget this month. I will.
Grateful to the Minister. Just to be clear, does she agree this is a bad tax? And would she, in a perfect world, seek to find ways of controlling public expenditure so that it could be removed and people across the country, particularly first-time buyers and the elderly, could benefit from it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a tax. So obviously I don't love it, no. But what I think is just quite extraordinary is the party opposite's newfound hatred of taxation when they increased taxes 25 times in the last Parliament. So we've heard, as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, from various honourable members about their objections to this tax. I'm not going to engage on the points that have been made around the budget today for very obvious reasons. Expect to repeat that we are committed to a single major fiscal event per year where the Chancellor will set out any tax decisions in the usual way alongside the OBR's forecast, and that fiscal event will take place, as everyone knows, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 26th of November, at which point there will be plenty of time to discuss and debate the decisions that the Chancellor takes in the budget. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak to some of the points raised during the course of this debate, because we heard plenty, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the party opposite about why they want to abolish stamp duty. Some, and I will say this, I say this in a heartful, in a well-meant way, some points I think were made very, very thoughtfully. But I'm sorry to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, we heard absolutely nothing from the members opposite on their appalling economic record. We heard nothing from them on their appalling record on house building, save the acknowledgement, actually, I should say, of the Right Honourable Member for North West Hampshire. Nothing on the waste of public money that was the fraud on their watch, nothing whatsoever that could be described as fiscal responsibility. And we also heard from some of my right honourable friends on these benches about the urgent need to build more houses in this country, given our appalling inheritance, which of course is the key way that we solve the housing crisis. And I want to pay tribute, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the thoughtful speeches of the members for Welwyn Hatfield, Milton Keynes North, Crewe and Nantwich, and North Warwickshire, and my honourable friends, the members for Loughborough and Tipton and Wednesbury, who spoke powerfully of the consequences of the party opposite's mismanagement of the economy, including food banks, poverty, and of course the housing crisis. So I welcome the commitment of the Right Honourable Member for North West Hampshire's. He talked about the need to build more housing, and indeed he talked about beautiful housing, which I can assure him that is exactly the type of housing that this government is going to facilitate being built. Albeit I do note that his colleagues took him back straight to opposing development. No sooner had he made that point. I should also say that I welcome the mini insight he gave into the infighting of the last government. There was also,
she may recall that actually it was her Secretary of State who removed the word beautiful from the MPPF. So could she accomplish how we're expecting to have those beautiful designs if that's been taken away as a standard within the guidance that her government provided?
Minister Rigby.
Madam Speaker, I can assure him that the houses will be beautiful, and we're going to build 1.5 million over the course of this Parliament. I also want to refer, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a brief reference to Nirvana. There was a brief reference to Nirvana from the benches opposite before descending back into half-baked and unfunded plans, to which, Madam Deputy Speaker, that reference to Nirvana, on this side of the House, we thought to ourselves, well, never mind. Some tell me something, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I was pleased to hear, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrat spokesman and indeed others in the Liberal Democrats say that they will be opposing this motion, and I wholeheartedly agree with her that this motion is fundamentally flawed. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, by way of closing, I will make clear that this government is one of fiscal responsibility. Our steadfast commitment to the fiscal rules have brought stability to our economy and allowed us to boost investment by £120 billion over the course of this Parliament. And the dividends, Madam Deputy Speaker, of this approach, even after just a year, are already clear. The highest growth in the G7 in the first half of this year, cuts to interest rates, real wages rising more in the time since the last election than they did in 10 years. In 10 years of Conservative government, record investments from overseas, new homes and infrastructure progressing all over the country. A strong foundation to build on in the years ahead. So what we have been debating today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a simple question of two visions for the country. Or put another way, does this country go forwards or backwards? The party opposite want us to go back. back to their time in office where Britain had a government which pursued unfunded tax cuts and austerity, leading to soaring debt, low productivity, underinvestment and anaemic growth. A Britain where we didn't build infrastructure, including houses, and far too many people in this country, Madam Deputy Speaker, were unable to get on the housing ladder. This government, Madam Deputy Speaker, wants the country to move forwards. We're managing the public finances with stability and certainty in an uncertain world. We're a government that invests in public services, our infrastructure and our communities, working with businesses and local leaders to bring growth and opportunity to every part of the country. A government which is building houses, including in areas of the country that the Shadow Secretary of State... You missed out the word fewer houses. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm being interrupted, I'm afraid. A government which is building houses, including in areas of the country that the Shadow Secretary of State has previously described in rather unparliamentary language. A government which supports working people with new jobs, higher wages and new homes. And a government that's committed to building 1.5 million new homes this Parliament and restoring the dream of home ownership. We're a government which will not duck, Madam Deputy Speaker, the difficult decisions, but will face into them, because that is the only way that we will deliver a decade of national renewal and a thriving economy for the people of this country. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is what today's debate is about. Backwards with fiscal irresponsibility from the party opposite, or forwards with economic stability, investment and reform under this Prime Minister and this Chancellor.
The question is, as on the order papers, remain in that opinion, say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Colleagues shouldn't be hovering but being seated, not wandering around the chamber. Mr Robinson, at this point I can see you. Marvellous. The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are David Reid and Nick Timothy, and tellers for the noes are Imogen Walker and Gregor Poynton. order.
The ayes to the right, 103. The noes to the left, 329.
The ayes to the right, 103. The noes to the left, 329. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. If colleagues are finished chit-chatting, we can go on to the next debate. We now come to the opposition day motion on the China spy case. I can inform the House that Mr. Speaker has not selected the amendment and Alex Burkhardt to move.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The purpose of today's opposition day debate and of our motion is very simple. Transparency. That is all we ask for. The basic facts are these. 2 men were arrested on suspicion of having spied for China against honourable members of this House. The Director of Public Prosecutions has himself acknowledged that this appears to have been a gross breach of trust against honourable members. And yet the case against these 2 men collapsed because, in the words of the Senior Treasury Counsel, Tom Little KC, the case was effectively unsustainable and brought to a crashing halt because the government's own witness, the Deputy National Security Advisor, refused to provide the fatal piece of evidence. Mr. Little had what he called a $1 million question. Was China an active threat to national security? The Deputy National Security Advisor repeatedly refused to say yes. The government effectively refused to say what was patently apparent to anyone remotely alive to the facts of the case. This House has every reason to be told why it refused. And it has every right to know why, for example, the Prime Minister himself did not intervene to prevent the case from collapsing when we know that he was warned that it was unlikely to proceed. And also that it's reported that the Home Secretary herself did try to intervene. Now, we don't call for the publication of this material lightly, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know that it's an extraordinary measure to call for the government to publish documents relating to the formation of policy. But this is an extraordinary event. The reason we have reached this point is because the government has been unable or unwilling to answer basic questions about what it knew when and why it acted as it did. It is hidden behind civil servants and advisers when it is ministers who are supposed to make decisions. And in doing so, it has brought the actions and decisions of those advisers and officials into the spotlight in a way that is most irregular. Just as worryingly, there has been a persistent inaccuracy and inconsistency in the government statements to the point where this House can no longer trust a word of them. There are a number of examples. First, on the 13th of October, the Security Minister denied in this House that the Mega Mandarin meeting on the 1st of September, which is the subject of our motion, took place. But last week, the Solicitor General admitted that it did. We now know that it was led by the National Security Advisor, that it was attended by the Cabinet Secretary, the Permanent Under-Secretary at the FCDO, by senior representation from the Home Office, the Attorney General's Office and the Chief of MI5. But we still don't know what was said there, what was agreed, or indeed why the government tried to deny its existence. Happy to give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. I was interested to see that the National Security Advisor was listed as being involved in that meeting. Now, the National Security Advisor is a political appointee. He's a special advisor, and that's usually the reason that the Deputy National Security Advisor is put forward to take all the flack. But if the NSA himself is participating in these policy meetings about this matter, why doesn't he come forward, and why is he sheltering behind the full-time official who's being hung out to dry?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very pertinent point, and he is personally very experienced at such things. Indeed, it has been reported that the National Security Advisor chaired that meeting. That's to say that he was taking a very active role in what was going on. And this is why it's incredibly important that the government comes clean with us as to what happened in that meeting, who attended, and what was decided there. Happy to give way.
Very grateful to my honourable friend.
The National Security Advisor has spent a great deal of time visiting various Chinese entities before and after his appointment. But one appointment he doesn't appear very keen on taking up is with the Joint Committee on the National Security Strategy, which has requested, quite legitimately under the Osmotherly rules, that he appears before it, and ministers appear to be blocking it. Why does my honourable friend think that is?
My right honourable friend is right that the National Security Advisor showed a great reluctance to attend, but I understand that the National Security Advisor has now agreed to attend, although the report I read was that he was going to attend in camera, which if that is correct, and the Minister has the right to opportunity to say that that's not true, but if that report is correct, then I'm not sure that that is the best level of transparency that this House might expect. The second instance of inconsistency and inaccuracy we draw attention to is from the 7th of October, when the Prime Minister told journalists what mattered in this case was the designation of China as it had been in 2023, when the offences were alleged to have occurred. However, last week, on the 24th of October, the Director of Public Prosecution said that this was categorically not the case. He said, and I quote, "The test was positively not what the then government was prepared to or did say in public about China, but rather whether China was, as a matter of fact, an active threat to national security." This is a most important point, Madam Deputy Speaker, one revisited yesterday. It's a very serious question as to why the Deputy National Security Advisor believed that he would, quote, "need to be in line with government policy at the time," when the CPS said that they didn't need to know about policy. What they needed to know about were the facts. The Minister should explain to the House why the Deputy National Security Advisor chose to ignore the CPS on this. And he should also tell us whether he thinks the Deputy National Security Advisor complied with Civil Procedure Rule 35, which requires him to assist the court and overrides any other obligation. Third, I'll give him away on that point.
Perhaps, I do thank you for giving way. Perhaps you can clarify what's happening here. Is it the case that the issue is that the government thought it was a national threat to national security, China, but didn't declare it, or did declare it, but it wasn't a threat? I'm quite confused about the point he's making.
He'll have a perfectly good opportunity to question the people responsible for that in a few moments' time. The point is that the government has been unclear, inconsistent and inaccurate, and we are giving the government an opportunity to clear this up right now. A very serious... I'll give way one more time.
I think the issue is that the government in 2023 wasn't clear on whether or not it was a threat, whether or not it was a threat. Did it clearly make that statement? Or was it a threat and the government failed to make that statement?
So the previous government was clear on a number of occasions that China was a threat, but if you've been listening to what I just said, the DPP said, the Director of Public Prosecution said last week that it was categorically not a question of what the last government said. And I will repeat for the benefit of the honourable gentleman. Now I have his attention. It was a question of whether China was, as a matter of fact, an active threat to national security. It's not a question of policy. It was a matter of fact. I'm not going to go through it a third time. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for setting out the stories so far. But given that there have been so many variations on the truth, can the honourable member come up with an explanation as to why the government cannot alight on a single version of the truth in this matter?
Well, I think there are basically two answers to my honourable friend's question, two possible answers. The first is that the government can't tell its elbow from its posterior, or it doesn't want this House to know the truth. Either way, in a matter so serious as this, it's incredibly important that we get to the truth of the matter, and the motion tonight presents an opportunity for the government to be entirely transparent with us and set out the facts of the case they were at the time, particularly on the 1st of October when this all-important meeting took place. Very happy to give way to my right honourable friend.
I just want to clear up one small point. When the CPS decided to prosecute originally, back in 24, they were convinced of the nature of the then required evidence that was there in front of them, that China, in this case, was responsible and therefore posed a threat. What changed was the Rusev case in between times, in which it was redefined as to what then the CPS needed to be able to say to go ahead with any other further prosecution. It was made clear that all they needed to say was to make the clear point that China was a persistent, continuous threat to the UK's strategic interests. That was why they needed to make that statement. It had nothing to do with what had happened before. It was all about what happened going forward from the Rusev case. That was the key.
My right honourable friend is absolutely correct, and the Director of Public Prosecutions has been very clear and consistent on this point. I will give way one more time, then I will make some progress.
For him giving way. The First Treasury Counsel, Tom Little, yesterday said that he took the extraordinary step of having a direct discussion with the Deputy National Security Advisor because he couldn't understand why what he said was a relatively straightforward evidence, namely that China was an active and ongoing threat, had not been provided. Why did the government not provide that commitment?
Well, this is the million-dollar question. You know, why was the government not prepared to say something that was manifest, to evidentially true to all and sundry? Third example, on the 15th of October, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, that the Deputy National Security Advisor acted entirely independently, without consultation with ministers or special advisers and without political involvement, end quote. But the CPS has now made it clear that there were multiple discussions about what the DSNA would say and wouldn't say, starting with one such discussion on the 3rd of July 2025. Moreover, the DNSA's first witness statement was, and I quote, cited by the then NSA Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary and sent to the Prime Minister via number 10 private office, including special advisers, end quote. A fourth example. On the 20th of October, the security... I will give way on the third example.
I'm grateful to hear him giving way. Isn't it therefore incredible, either way, given the statement he's just put out, but also that the Deputy didn't speak to his boss, the National Security Advisor, to have a discussion about the biggest spy case this century, and not even discuss it? He was left to his own devices to be able to provide the evidence.
I think all of us find it very difficult to believe that the Deputy National Security Advisor was left entirely to his own devices. A fourth example. On the 20th of October, the Security Minister, who's in his place, told the House final evidence went in August, and I can give the honourable gentleman an assurance that there is nothing the Prime Minister or any other minister could have done thereafter, end quote. But we now know there was a meeting between the CPS and the government on both the 3rd and 9th of September to attempt to rescue the case. Why did the Security Minister tell the House something that wasn't correct? A fifth example. Yesterday, the Cabinet... I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
As far as I can remember, the Attorney General told the House of Lords yesterday that the 3rd of September was when he was informed that there were evidential difficulties with the case. But the key point is that he had no power to intervene because of the memorandum between him and between the Attorney General's office and the CPS, that the Attorney General doesn't get involved in evidential sufficiency. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ministers do get involved. It's their job to be involved. Ministers represent the government. Ministers represent all of us. It is not good enough for the government to say that it is entirely powerless in this instance. It isn't. It isn't. A fifth example. Yesterday, the Cabinet Secretary said that he did not believe that the Chief of MI5 had described China as a threat. But on the 16th of October 2025, this year, Ken McCallum said, do Chinese state actors present a UK national security threat? The answer is, of course, yes, they do. Every day. How on earth did the Cabinet Secretary not know this? This is an issue of absolutely paramount importance. There are many other such examples, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government has an opportunity to be clear with us today, not just about the meetings and the dealings of the past 6 months, but also about its position as it stands. So will the Minister tell us what is the material difference between a range of threats and an active security threat? A point that the Deputy National Security Advisor was keen to make yesterday. But perhaps most importantly of all, does the government believe that China is an active security threat or not? And if not, what would it take to cross that threshold? It's time for the government to publish all the details so that we can see what really happened here. And I know the government will protest its innocence. I know the government will claim that it is all the fault of the CPS, or the last government, or the legislation, just as it has tried to do so for weeks. But such pleas and protests, Madam Deputy Speaker, are no good reason for it to refuse to publish the material we are requesting today. This House may have been spied upon, This House has a right to straight answers. This House has a right to see under the bonnet when the safety and privacy of its members may have been compromised. And this House has a right to know what the government's real position is. It has a right to know what the government's real agenda is. And if this government has nothing to hide, then it should hide nothing from this House.
Forgive me. The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Minister Nick Thomas Simmons. And before he starts, this debate has to conclude by 7 p.m. It is heavily subscribed, so I urge members to be as brief as they can. Thank you, Minister.
I'll do my best, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, it's always a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman. But first of all, I just want to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, not just as a minister, but indeed as a parliamentarian, that I want to reinforce the government's deep regret about the collapse of this criminal case concerning the 2 individuals charged in the Official Secrets Act of 1911. And everyone in the government was hoping the trial would go ahead and indeed planning on the basis that it would. Now, as a reminder, following the arrests of Christopher Cash and Christopher Berry in March 2023, as part of a counter-espionage operation, Counter-Terrorism Police requested that the Deputy National Security Advisor act as a witness in this case. Let me go through this, because it's important for the challenges that have been made by the right honourable gentleman. The DNSA made clear he would provide evidence on the basis of the government's position at the time of the offences. And it is that is absolutely crucial to the judgment that's been made in this case. Now, the first judgment was drafted between all. The first statement was drafted between. Shadow Home Secretary. I'll give him a moment, and then let me make some progress. But I will give way to the Shadow Home Secretary then. The statement was drafted, the first one, in August and December 2023, and during which time the CTP was updated on progress, including that the DNSA would not be able to call China an enemy, as that was not the position of the government at the time of the offences. Okay, I'll let him intervene on that.
The Minister has twice said now, in the last minute, that the question was the policy of the last government. Let me take him to page 4 of the Director of Public Prosecution's letter, dated Thursday of last week. In that, he says this. Well, the DPP says the opposite. He says the issue was a question of fact and not, categorically not, the policy of the last government.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, Madam Deputy. The test, is that what he says? Okay. Right, he's just quoted page 4 of the DPP's letter. Let's quote in page 5. The information that we required related to the period between the 31st of December 2021 and 3rd of February 2023. The position of the current government is not relevant to the case. I suggest the Shadow Home Secretary looks at the next page. No, it's the Times. No, it's not misleading. Give me a moment. It's the position at the relevant time. But what is even, I'm afraid, worse, is that the word enemy was not the position at the time, and it came out of the statement. That happened under the previous government, I'm afraid. And let me make some progress. I've taken the Shadow Home Secretary, so let me take some progress. Before finalising his statement in December 2023, the DNSA cited the then National Security Advisor and the then Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary. The then Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary came back with the comments on the 18th of December, this is all under the previous government, for the DNSA to consider. The DNSA then finalised the statement. His private office sent a final version of the draft to the then Prime Minister through the number 10 private office and number 10 special advisers. Once they were submitted, they were not shared, and in April 2024, formal charges were laid. That is the position under the previous government. Now, 2 supplemental witness statements from the DNSA were submitted in February 2025 and August 2025, following requests from CT Policing to provide further detail on the nature and extent of the threat to the UK from China. And for the second statement, the CTP specifically asked the DNSA to comment on whether China as a state, during the period 31st of December 2021 to 3rd of February 2023, posed an active threat, and whether it remains the case. Now, for the third statement, the CTP requested that the DNSA provide further points of detail regarding the UK government of the nature and extent of the threat, with examples. And the DNSA faithfully, with full integrity, I noticed the shadow CDL was implying that somehow he wasn't compliant with Part 35, set out the various threats posed by the Chinese state in line with the UK's government's position at the material time in order to try to support successful prosecution. And then we come, obviously, to the meeting that the shadow CDL has referred to, which I'll come to in a moment, on the 1st of September. But I was fascinated, actually, by the shadow CDL's opening, when he talked of the clarity of the last government's position. The government's approach to China is guided by 3 pillars: strengthening our national security protections, aligning and cooperating with our partners, and engaging where it is consistent with our interest. Who said that? The shadow CDL did in 2023. And he is here now trying to talk about the clarity of the position in 2023. And on the 1st, not for a moment, and on the 1st of September, the National Security Advisor convened a routine meeting to discuss the UK's relationship with China in the context of this case and several other upcoming moments. It's entirely what you'd expect the NSA to do. Now, we've learned that entirely separately and entirely independently of government, the CPS were deliberating not to offer evidence in this case. On the 3rd of September, the DPP told the Cabinet Secretary and the DNSNA of his intention, subject to confirmation, not to put forward evidence, and unfortunately, that decision was confirmed on the 9th of December. And I must say to the benches opposite, that is a matter of regret. It is quite rightly an independent decision, but it is a matter of regret. And on the 15th of September 2025, the CPS officially confirmed the decision to discontinue the case against Cash and Berry. Now, I actually welcome the scrutiny of this decision. And that's why I welcome the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy Inquiry into espionage cases in the Official Secrets Act. I welcome the ISC's investigation as to how classified intelligence was used. And since we last discussed the matter in this House, the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister, the Attorney General, the Cabinet Secretary, the National Security Advisor, the Deputy National Security Advisor have all submitted evidence to the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy. Yesterday, the Joint Committee heard evidence from the Director of Public Prosecutions, the First Treasury Council, and at a later session, the Cabinet Secretary and the Deputy National Security Advisor. Tomorrow, the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister, the Attorney General, will give more evidence. Now, the question has been put about the National Security Advisor, who will also be giving evidence soon and certainly before the end of the year. I'll give way to Roger.
Thank you, Speaker. The Minister expresses deep regret that this case hasn't gone to trial, and I want to believe him on that. But the case hasn't gone to trial. So with the power of hindsight, if he was to go back and do this all again, what would he have done differently to ensure that this case did go to trial?
Well, I tell you exactly what would have made a massive difference. If we could have updated the Official Secrets Act far sooner than 2023, because that would have made a material difference. This case was being prosecuted under a 1911 Act. The National Security Act was passed in 2023. If only the shadow CDL had been in the Cabinet Office to be close with what was going on. And what would actually have made a difference if the legislation had been changed at an earlier stage and we wouldn't be in this position. But let me just also be clear with the House. The allegations of political interference with this case are absolutely baseless. And the CPS decision to discontinue the case was, I will in a moment, was independent of government, and indeed ask what the Director of Public Prosecutions himself said about that. He reiterated again yesterday when he gave evidence, sitting alongside Tom Little KC. And on that note, I'll give way to the gentleman.
The honourable friend wanted to give way.
I will take both men down. Speak, well, I'll go first and then I'll come to
So, Julie Lewis, quick.
Can he explain to the House once and for all how it is possible for a government to believe that China is responsible for posing a wide range of threats but is not a threat itself? He would clear matters up and allay the suspicions that the government's holding back for economic reasons if he would simply say China is a threat to our national security? Will he say so?
It poses a multiplicity of threats. It poses a threat in terms of espionage. It poses a threat in terms of cyber. It poses a threat in terms of economic security. But with the greatest respect to the honourable gentleman, it's whether it was at the material time, and I can't go back and change that. Yes.
I'm grateful to the Minister for taking an intervention, and I'm listening carefully to what he has to say, but could we now be informed how MPs today are to be further protected from foreign intelligence?
Absolutely. 100% correct, and it's a huge priority for the government. It's a very serious issue, and as I said when I opened this debate, it isn't just about the position of the government. I say it as a parliamentarian that we in this place have to be protected from that foreign interference. But the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy, asked about the meeting of the 1st of September. Well, we heard yesterday from the Cabinet Secretary and indeed the Deputy National Security Advisor, who both attended that meeting. We heard from them yesterday. A discussion about the bilateral relationship between the UK and China in the context of the case. The Cabinet Secretary made clear yesterday the meeting was entirely appropriate. No discussion of the evidence took place at that meeting, and everyone involved was participating on the assumption that the case was going to go ahead. It was only on the 3rd of September, confirmed by him in the evidence at the JCNS yesterday, and I'll come to that in a moment, that the Director of Public Prosecutions informed the Cabinet Secretary and the DNSA of his intention, subject to confirmation, that the CPS would not be putting forward evidence to trial. And the Attorney General was informed on the same day. Now, the DPP confirmed, and I take your point. It's important if I can just finish this point, because the chronology, I've been challenged on the chronology, and I'm only too delighted to enlighten the Right Honourable Gentleman. The DPP confirmed to the committee that this position was agreed after a period of internal decision-making within the CPS in the run-up to that meeting on the 3rd. And at that meeting, the DPP made clear that this fact must not be briefed further, with the exception of informing the NSA and the Permanent Under-Secretary of FCDO. The Cabinet Secretary and the DNSA therefore did not inform anyone else until shortly before the case became public, and on the 9th of September, the CPS confirmed the decision to offer no evidence to the DNSA. That is the chronology. And can I just say to the Honourable, let's just address directly, because I'm conscious of what you said of time, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's already an established mechanism for Parliament to address this issue. The Government is fully cooperating with the Joint Committee on National Security, Strategy Inquiry, indeed the ISC, provide evidence, appear before the committee in the usual way. As regards the motion, as regards the motion that's been put forward for the wide range of documents that the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy is seeking, there is no prospect. He knows, he was a Cabinet Office Minister himself. He knows the sensitivity of those documents. He knows the legal professional privilege in... I will give him one more chance before I conclude. But what I would say to him, that highly classified material subject to legal professional privilege, advice to the Prime Minister which successive governments have maintained the position of not releasing to the public. Why? Because it is in our interest to protect this material. He knows that. He knows that in his heart of hearts. But of course, I will.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. I mean, I've always admired, the shine on his brass neck, and never so much as at this moment, because I remember during the Brexit debates, him and many of the other gentlemen and ladies on those benches overriding legal privilege and asking for classified documents week after week. Members of this House may have been spied on. The government has a duty to be transparent. It cannot hide behind anything, given that it has previously asked for similar documents. Make them available.
Well, I'm looking at the Right Honourable Gentleman and remembering back to the debates we had on precisely this. But let me tell him the difference between what I was doing then and what's happening now. Number one, I was actually applying at the time via a humble address mechanism for a single document. It was not, and by the way, his rather shambolic motion, which seems to be a fishing expedition, is totally imprecise. But secondly, that was not security material at this level, which is in our national interest. Yes, I did. Now, I just emphasise, Madam Deputy Speaker, I support parliamentary scrutiny. I support and welcome the ongoing process with the Joint Committee. I support the government continue to engage with the ISC. What we will not do, though, is accede to the Right Honourable Gentleman's demand, and he knows in his heart of hearts, the long list of material he's stuck on that would be totally inappropriate and to actually put out in the public domain. It's a completely different situation, asking for open publication to the appropriate parliamentary scrutiny that is going to go on, and quite rightly so. And let me conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, and say this. The government is gravely disappointed. I am gravely disappointed that this trial did not proceed. The evidence submitted, to the point that was put to me earlier by the Honourable Member for New Forest East, that the DNSA's evidence articulated clearly a range of threats that China posed to UK national security and indeed our economic security at the material time. Now, in the light of those very real threats, and here I do agree with the Shadow of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, this is a very grave matter in the light of the threats that have been identified. The government is resolute in its determination to work across all parties and in partnership with the parliamentary security authorities, as was raised by my honourable friend, to ensure that Chinese espionage and interference, or indeed from any other country, is not successful in the UK.
Yeah. Now, there's just 90 minutes and over 20 colleagues wishing to contribute, and that definitely was not short. Hopefully, Alex Wilkinson, spokesperson Liberal Democrats, can show us how it's done. Alex Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We congratulate the Conservatives for bringing this debate today. Given the recent news headlines about their own weakness on this issue, it's what Sir Humphrey would describe as a courageous decision. But as the third-party spokesperson, I feel obliged to play the role of marriage counsellor. It is my duty to urge both sides, government and official opposition, to concede that they've made mistakes and to bring them together in the hope of finding common ground. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, they truly have more common ground on this than they would like to admit. The common ground is clear in the DNSA's evidence statements, and it has become clearer as this sorry saga has dragged on. It became clearer still in yesterday's Joint Committee on the National Security Strategy that there is barely a cigarette paper between the position of the Conservative Party when it was in government and the Labour government today. The Conservative Party won't want to admit that because all it wants to do is pretend that the government is entirely to blame, a laudable aim for any opposition party. The Labour Party can't admit that because it cannot publicly concede that its position on the matter central to our national security interests is the same as the Conservative government that it replaced last summer. It falls to us Liberal Democrats to speak the uncomfortable parts of the truth and tell it like it is, because nobody else is willing or able to do so today. When the Conservatives were in government, while some of their brave backbenchers spoke out, the machinery of government was keen to take an approach on China that was far from hawkish. At the heart of this issue is the often unspoken suggestion that we must take a nuanced position on China because our economy is now vulnerable to international threats. The truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the Conservatives and their allies aligned to the Honourable Member for Clacton cut us adrift from the EU. They've left Britain more exposed to economic pressure from hostile states than we should be. Absolutely. We find ourselves in a position where the government cannot bring itself to describe as a national security threat a nation whose spies hacked the data of 40 million British voters held by the Electoral Commission. The government cannot bring itself to describe as a national security threat a nation that has agreed a no-limits partnership with Putin, despite his illegal invasion of Ukraine. Just 10 days ago, Beijing was publicly bullying the government into granting permission for the new Chinese embassy in Tower Bridge, warning of consequences if the government does not approve the plans. Is our weak international trading position, caused by the disastrous Brexit given to us by the Conservatives and Reform members, influencing the government's decision-making on the new embassy? It would seem foolish to argue otherwise. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to draw a comparison between this and the government's position on Russia. Russia has been listed on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme. Given the no-limits relationship between Beijing and Moscow, it is odd that Russia is listed while China is not. If the government really wanted to strengthen the case for prosecution, perhaps placing China on the enhanced tier would have aided the prosecution, even absent the word enemy. The fact that the word enemy appeared on the original draft witness statement but was later removed again raises concerns about what was happening during the tenure of the previous government, the Conservative government. The public deserves clear answers, not just from the government front bench today, but also from the official opposition's front bench too. Did the DNSA meet with ministers between the initial draft and the final version of the witness statement? This House, of course, owes a debt of gratitude to the right honourable members for Tunbridge and to the member for Rutland and Stamford, both of whom have shown a great deal of bravery in the very best traditions of British public service. The DNSA's witness statement referenced back channels used to dissuade those two members from criticising Confucius institutes in the UK. The Security Minister assured me that he was happy to speak with the members in question last week about this very point. Has that meeting now taken place? And will the Minister from the dispatch box today let us know what this government's understanding of the word back channel is in that context? Does the word back channel refer to the previous government's whips, to officials or to others? The public deserves to know which element of the British state was attempting to prevent brave MPs from asking questions. And if the Minister cannot, perhaps anyone from the Conservative front bench or anywhere else on the official opposition benches could clarify for the House. Finally, I want to turn to the involvement of the CPS in the collapse of the trial. The government is adamant that the failure to designate China as an enemy is central to the failure to prosecute. I've already addressed the questions about how this word was removed from the initial witness statement during the tenure of the previous government, but I want to now draw the House's attention to the Rousseff case, which was referenced earlier on and was being prosecuted at the same time. In this instance, the judge stated, and I quote, "Any state which presently poses an active threat to the UK's national security can properly be described as an enemy in ordinary language." The outcome of this case was the conviction of 6 Bulgarian nationals in July of last year for operating as part of a Russian espionage network. The CPS has serious questions to answer as to why this case fell apart when the term enemy was not an issue for the Rousseff case as recently as last July. Transparency and independence in national security decisions are an essential part of maintaining public trust. This case has thrown that trust into serious jeopardy at a time when the embassy planning application is already undermining the nation's confidence in the government's approach to relations with China. Neither the government nor the official opposition has provided clarity. The public could be forgiven for thinking that both sides are ducking responsibility. The Liberal Democrats believe we need a statutory public inquiry to get to the bottom of what went wrong and how influence over China policy collapsed this case. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
John Slinger, who I believe has got a very considerate 3-minute speech. John Slinger.
I'll do my best, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable members opposite are being nothing short of opportunistic and are playing political games with our national security. It's of course their job and their right to oppose what the government's doing. However, on issues of national security, I would have thought there could be more appreciation of the national interest and the nuances involved in it. In my speech, I'm going to do some myth-busting, quite a useful thing to do in this age of misinformation, disinformation, and hyperbolic chest-thumping. What we're seeing is a somewhat phony, but very definitely opportunistic brand of national security patriotism. Frankly, if ever overinflated balloons of confected outrage needed to be burst, it is today.
Hear, hear.
So I'll bust 2 myths and I'll state 2 truisms. Myth 1, a narrative that the Conservatives try to push is that Labour prioritised a strategic relationship with communist China. However, the government fully recognises that China poses a series of threats to UK national security, from cyber attacks, foreign interference and espionage targeting our democratic institutions. The true fault lies with the previous government. The Right Honourable Member for Braintree, the then Foreign Secretary, said in April 2023 that summing up China in one word as a threat was, and I quote, impossible, impractical and, most importantly, unwise. The Leader of the Opposition, while serving in the Cabinet, also said, and I quote, we certainly should not be describing China as a foe. And now that this trial has collapsed, they are accusing this government of interfering, when it was their carefully worded government policy that did not define China as an enemy. And there is nothing ministers here can do to change that. I will give way.
I thank you for giving way, and I would urge him to not misquote the 2 right honourable members that he's just quoted. But even if the quotes that he gave were whole and full, and which they are not, the DPP has categorically said that it was not about policy, it was about whether China was an actual threat at the time. In fact. Is that the fact? Is the DPP right, or does he have some other information?
I don't have any. Thank him for his intervention. I don't have any other information on that point. But I do believe that members opposite ought to look in the mirror and acknowledge that it was decisions taken by the previous government. So I'll turn to myth. I'll turn to myth 2.
On that point, I do think it's really important. I thank him for giving way. I do think it's really important to clarify why such tight definitions were important in the first place, and that's because this case was brought forward under a 1911 Act of Parliament, not a modern, up-to-date Act of Parliament. Is that not why we're in this situation?
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and it is absolutely deeply regrettable that the party opposite, when it was in government, didn't reform legislation sufficiently well. Myth two, another myth that the Conservatives will continue to spread, is that the Labour government interfered with the delivering of evidence. The Shadow Home Secretary has made the accusation that, I quote, the government chose to deliberately submit inadequate evidence that led to 2 alleged spies getting off scot-free. This myth simply has no real substance, as the Prime Minister has confirmed that no Labour ministers or special advisers were involved with the provision of evidence for this case. I shall move on to what all members across this House know to be true, I believe. Truism number 1. It is dangerous to undermine public confidence in the government on matters of national security for party political advantage. Truism number 2 is the most important one. It's perfectly possible to hold 2 thoughts in your mind at the same time. One is that China is clearly a strategic rival to the UK in certain areas, and 2 is that they are a vital partner, whether on the Security Council, in tackling global challenges, and of course for trade and investment. I will conclude taking the advice of Madam Deputy Speaker by saying that the party opposite really do need to look in the mirror on this issue. This government is acting with integrity.
Marvellous, marvellous. Sir Geoffrey Cox.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's been a very interesting experience, almost revisiting ancient times with the right honourable gentleman who is leading for the government on this debate. And while I'm going to sympathy with his position, I can't, I'm afraid, sympathise with the rather bland and anodyne account he's given of the events to date. What is clear, and it's an apothegm I think often imbibed with one's mother's milk, that if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, sounds like a duck, looks like a duck, it's almost certainly a duck. And the problem in this case is that the government was never prepared to describe that animal as a duck. And it must have known from a very early period. Indeed, the first senior Treasury Counsel said yesterday that even in August he had made this point abundantly plain to the government that unless it reconsidered its approach and described the blasted animal as a duck, the case would go down the pan. In August, nothing to do. The right honourable gentleman says to me that there was nothing to prevent the government, through its expert witness, saying, in our view, China was a national security threat in 2021. Nothing at all to prevent it. This was a question, no, I won't, too short a time. There was nothing to prevent it because it was a question of fact. The fact is that the government was not prepared to change its approach.
And it still isn't.
Now, it's a perfectly legitimate point for the right honourable gentleman to say to me, back in 2021, the policy of the government was not to describe China as an enemy. But by that time, we had not had the spying, the intimidation, the direct targeting on this institution and the democratic assembly of our people that we had seen now by 2025. Things have moved on, and it was incumbent upon the government now to reconsider the approach that it had, which was that it would not describe a duck as a duck.
And it still won't.
What the witness was prepared to say is it has webbed feet, it swims, it quacks, it has a bill. But we're not prepared to call it a duck. Now, are you telling me, Madam Speaker, that the right honourable gentleman can look this House in the eye and say that nobody raised this problem? Inside number 10, we have a policy problem. It's a roadblock to this case. What are we going to do about it? That was never discussed with the National Security Advisor. The DNSA never raised that with any relevant minister. The Attorney General, when he met on the 3rd of September, says well, I couldn't intervene on matters of sufficiency of evidence. Perfectly true. He can't intervene, but he could challenge. He could say, what do you need? Is there anything I can do by way of intercession with ministries to ensure that you get the evidence that you require? But nothing was said. Nothing was said on the 3rd of September because nothing was the policy of the government. It was to wait while this case slid down the slope straight into the pan, where no doubt many of the not inaptly named mandarins of Whitehall were perfectly content to see it slide. And so the extraordinary cheek of the right honourable gentleman who comes to this House pretending that 5 years ago, with his humble address, when he asked for legal advice on the most sensitive negotiating matters that this country was engaged in with the Berlaymont, should be disclosed for all to see, that we should not now see the truth of what in reality the government was saying and doing at the time. Madam Deputy Speaker, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's almost certainly a duck, and when I apply it to what the right honourable gentleman is saying, it's almost certainly a complete crock of old duck.
Right. Follow that, Paul Warren. I'm told you've got 4 minutes.
Speaker, first I want to put on record my anger and frustration, which many in this House share, at the collapse of this case, particularly the dropping of the spying charges against Christopher Cash and Christopher Berry, and the resulting collapse of their trial, which had been due to go ahead this very month. And I welcome Mr. Speaker's guidance on looking at how to improve member security. We as members have a personal responsibility too. We shouldn't forget to protect ourselves, our fellow members and our staff from such foreign interference. And I have to say that includes in our hiring practices and vetting of staff who can work in this building, which has not been often mentioned in this debate. But I want to mainly warn of the dangers of some of the rhetoric that has been used today in this case. Now, of course, it's the job of His Majesty's opposition to probe, to challenge and obviously to scrutinise the government. Yet what's happened in this case is something that goes way beyond that, something that risks harming us all, just as spying on our Parliament harms us all. What I'm talking about are the repeated, unsubstantiated and scurrilous suggestions that any minister or special advisor in this government interfered or intervened in the independent decision-making of the CPS. In his article in The Times on October the 15th, the Shadow Home Secretary accused the government of deliberately choosing to collapse the case. And I quote, "It is clear the government chose to deliberately submit inadequate evidence that led to 2 alleged spies getting off scot-free." He went on, "They must now also explain who was guiding Matt Collins in preparing his evidence." That is an appalling accusation to make with zero evidence and an insult to the professional integrity of the Deputy National Security Advisor, and I hope he withdraws it. But sadly, the Shadow Home Secretary was not alone. The Leader of the Opposition told the BBC on October 13, "This looks like a deliberate decision to collapse the case and curry favour with the regime in China." She went on, "I suspect that ministers have decided that closer economic ties with China were more important than due process and our national security." Just look at those words. Looks like. Suspect. Not a shred of evidence, only insinuation. That's not the language of a Prime Minister in waiting. Yet, as the Security Minister has made clear, it was an entirely independent decision by the CPS to discontinue the case, and they've confirmed that it came under no outside pressure to do so. As for that Whitehall meeting on September the 1st, referenced by the opposition today in this motion, crucially, Mr Collins said yesterday there had been, quotes, "at least 4 lawyers in the room who ensured that there was no discussion about the evidence in this case." When it comes to Ukraine, this House has maintained a proud cross-party consensus in helping President Zelensky stand up to Putin. Sadly, that consensus is not at times helped by reform, whose Putin apologists are indeed Moscow's useful idiots of the 21st century.
Shameful, yeah.
But we need to maintain a similar cross-party consensus in fighting against Chinese threats. It's vitally important. I will give way.
When you're making a good case about cross-party consideration about the threats of what China is,
I wanted to ask a very simple question, because I've asked in here before. Do you think China should be in the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, as is Russia? Yes or no?
It's a matter for ministers to decide. I'm not privy to all the information that would require that determination. But it's vitally important for our own national security and for our own national interest that we maintain a similar consensus as we have on Ukraine on the threats, challenges and opportunities posed by China. We should all stand firm in this House on issues of national security, human rights and on the threats China poses clearly to our economy, our industrial secrets, our intellectual property, our democracy and, yes, our cyberspace. And we should also recognise it's important the UK engages with China where it is in our hard-headed national interest and mutual interest to do so, from climate change to global health to trade. That's why the opposition in government had a policy of protect, align and engage. There's that word, engage. How different really is that from our own compete, challenge and cooperate? I know this place can often thrive on political knockabout and trying to seize on your opponent's perceived weakness. But in accusing one's political opponents of somehow being enemies of the people and plotting non-existent cover-ups, the only beneficiaries are our real enemies abroad.
I come to Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, after which backbench members will have a speaking limit of 4 minutes. Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
It's a particular pleasure that you should be in your chair for this debate, because like me and the others, some of whom have been named, you are also sanctioned by a brutal Chinese government. So I think it's excellent that you are here to invigilate this and to keep us on track. And forgive me if I go over.
Good try.
Preemptive.
And I'm not going to take the blandishments of one of the honourable gentlemen opposite, who told us to look in the mirror. I stopped looking in the mirror a long, long time ago. In fact, in 1992, when I was elected, I was told by a journalist at the Express I could look in the mirror and see my career behind me. I feel like I've been walking backwards ever since. Can I just say the whole principle that underlies all of this is the government's behaviour over this decision.
Exactly.
I'll come to the decision in a second, and we haven't got a lot of time, so I want to deal with how the government dealt with this decision and how they have publicly dealt with it, which is really rather peculiar. Throughout, it's been almost impossible to drag information out of the government about why the DNSA took decisions that he took, where was the government in this, when meetings took place, denials came up, and then slid across to acceptances that dates were in fact as they stood. Even the Sunday Times, I understood, was told, or basically exclaimed by the Prime Minister, that at some point that they were lying about their raising of the idea of there being a meeting on the 1st of September containing all these various individuals, including the DNSA. A sort of Dutch, ridiculous nonsense going on here. Dodge, duck, dive, dip, and dodge. The 5 Ds of dodgeball, or in this case, the 5 Ds of dodge spying case. And the real problem here is that getting to the truth of this has been painful. And if it's painful for the government, they have only themselves to blame. Had they come out straight away at the beginning and been clear about all of this, instead of hiding behind the DNSA, they might have found it easier. I mean, I find this ridiculous position that the DNSA stated yesterday that he was bound to reflect the position of the government. But the DNSA is not bound to reflect the position of the government. He was asked and therefore bound to respond to the DPP, who had asked him to tell them whether or not, in fact, he said that China was an active security threat. Now, what I don't understand here is how the then DNSA at the time, and again giving evidence yesterday, was able to say that China posed a range of threats, just like the Minister previously had said, on different areas all across the board, from sanctions right the way through to espionage. So I don't understand what is the difference between posing a series of significant threats to our national security in different areas across the board. How is that different from being a threat to our national security? It is impossible to even conceive that we could define this so narrowly that we're unable to come out with a very simple statement: they pose a threat to our national security. Let me tell the House, from my standpoint, I have a threat. That threat is I was chased and followed by wolf warriors, low-level intelligence operatives of China, regularly, impersonating me abroad, lies about what I'd said. We've been spied on as those who have been sanctioned. I know what a threat looks like. It looks like that. It's not a duck, it's a threat. And there's no reason why any government, self-respecting government, couldn't have said that. And the DNSA should have said that straight off. And for him to then go out and tell us that the police asked him to introduce what had been in the manifesto of the Labour Party in the last election, and then say that he did know nothing at all about that previously, but he had to put this in context. He wasn't asked to put it in context. He was asked to state clearly, is the position, from what the DNSA sees and the evidence that he has taken, is China pose that threat, that active security threat. And it brings me, in the time, only to another particular point, which is really important, which is the nub of all of this. That 1st of September meeting is critical in all of this, because throughout we were assured, by the Prime Minister, for example, at Prime Minister's questions on 15th of October, quote, there was no further submission of evidence one way or the other after any discussion in September. And yet we know that now not to be the case. So why was he making such a fundamental statement at Prime Minister's questions, trying to shut this down? Didn't anybody bother to tell him that this had gone on to a meeting? And we were told at no stage, by the way, was the National Security Advisor or any other appointed individual at any meetings and had any contact with the DNSA throughout the submission of evidence. That is also utterly untrue. We know the DNSA was at the meeting chaired by the National Security Advisor on the 1st of September. What did they discuss? Football scores? Or were they going to discuss what was right in front of them there and then? The still unfinished business of whether or not the DNSA was going to comply with the DPP's requirement for a very clear statement. And it's that bit of subterfuge and dipping and dodging throughout which is really quite peculiar, Madam Deputy Speaker. So when the Minister gets up, can we not have this ridiculous game of you did this, you said that? What I would just simply like him to do, because I have respect for him, is to get up recognising that China poses a national security threat. Let us deal with that threat. Let us take clear action and not play games in tautological inexactitudes of what actually happened at what meeting. We know now the DNSA met with all those characters. We don't know who they are, but they should now release the minutes of this meeting. If they won't do it here in Parliament to this Assembly, then they can do it in camera to the National Security and Intelligence Committee quite happily as well. But they should do this to clear the record, and I recommend they do it. Otherwise, people like myself and the previous Deputy Speaker and others that have suffered the attacks of this brutal regime, by the way, massacring people in China and committing genocide, surely now is the time to make our position clear.
Peter Swallow.
Deputy Speaker, respect for democracy is fundamental to our British values and who we are as a country. But the world is increasingly an unstable place, and we can no longer be complacent to the multiple threats our democratic norms and values are facing. Threats are coming from China, as we have seen from this espionage case, but also from other malign states like Russia and Iran. And it's the job of all of us in this House to stand up to those threats and work in the interests of national security. When I held a round table with my local Hong Kong community earlier this year to discuss proposed changes to immigration, I was saddened, but unfortunately not surprised, to hear that many members of that community chose not to attend a meeting with their local MP because they were worried about the long arm of the Chinese state and the repercussions of the Hong Kong national security law on them and their families. Transnational repression is being used by hostile states to directly prosecute those they see as their enemies overseas, but it also has a wider chilling effect, leaving whole communities feeling afraid to engage in their basic democratic rights. Meanwhile, I grow increasingly concerned about the influence of foreign actors over misinformation and disinformation online. I've seen in my own community over recent months how anonymous posting in local social media groups can have a pervasive effect on community cohesion and our democracy, and social media companies need to step up and do more to direct this. I'm not suggesting that every anonymous social media post is from a Russian bot, but I think we all know that Russia and other states are using social media against us. And there have been direct attacks on our democracy too, these Chinese spies. And as we've also seen, Reform UK's former leader in Wales, Nathan Gill, last month pleading guilty to 8 counts of bribery in return for making statements in favour of Russia whilst a member of the European Parliament. To turn specifically to this China spy case, I do just want to reflect that part of the reason this case did not proceed to trial and these 2 gentlemen were not able to be prosecuted was because of the prevarication over reforming the Official Secrets Act. This act was brought in 1911. It predates the First World War. And to fix the holes in our national security laws, despite widespread, unanimous recognition for at least 8 years that it was completely out of date and not fit for purpose, the previous government failed to act and left our country ill-defended. I'll give way.
For giving way, and of course the previous government did bring in new legislation subsequently. However, under the previous act, the 1911 Act, if the government had been prepared to state that China is a threat, the case could have gone forward and would likely have been won. So he can't blame...
This case collapsed because under that act, the government did not either government did not provide enough evidence. The witness statements issued by the previous government are a matter for record, and they do not in anywhere state unequivocally that China is a threat. In fact, multiple members of the opposition have on multiple occasions said it would not be possible to describe China unilaterally as a threat. That is a matter of record. I will give way, yes.
Thank you for giving way. The 2023, so we're going back a couple of years here, the Intelligence Security Committee of Parliament report on China warned that China's view of the ideal future would be antithetical to the UK's interest. In its conclusion, China detailed 11 times a threat, an acute threat or a grave threat. So why could the UK government today, based on the report more than 2 years ago, not describe China as a threat?
Thank you.
The Minister quite clearly set out the range of threats posed by China. Look, I am really clear that China poses a threat. I do also think that we have to be mature enough in this chamber to recognise that the way that we deal with the second largest economy in the world does have to recognise, yes, the threats they pose to our democracy, to our national security, but also all of the ways in which we have to work with them. I stood on a manifesto that committed to cooperate with China where we can, to challenge them where we must, and compete with them where we need to. I genuinely think that that is a mature and way of dealing with a state that does not share our values, that poses a great threat to our democracy and to the way that citizens and residents in this country operate within a democracy, but also is the second largest economy in the world. And as the former director of MI5 said on the Today Show on the BBC this morning, we do have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We do have to have a mature acceptance of the risks that China poses, and that means also recognising that we can't just walk off the pitch and not deal with the second largest economy in the world. It is infantile, and it's not realistic to suggest that. But to return to this case, it is just fundamentally the truth that if the new Act had been in place sooner, it is very possible that these men could have been prosecuted successfully under that Act. So I have a really simple question for the opposition front bench. They need to be clear on this point. Why did they wait so long to replace a vital piece of security legislation? Why did they wait so long to make sure that we have the appropriate tools to keep this country safe? I am happy to take interventions on this point.
Tony Blair was Prime Minister for a very long time. Did he amend it?
as the member sitting right next to him has already set out, the threat from China has evolved over time. Look, I would have loved the previous Labour government to amend this Act, but it is the party opposite who set out a consultation and then sat on the results of that for 8 years and did nothing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In its inquiry on China, July 2023, the Intelligence and Security Committee, which I was a member at the time, concluded that China was a threat. And the committee took evidence not from junior security officials, but from the Chief of SIS, MI6, Director General of the Security Service, and Director of GCHQ, the Chief of Defence Intelligence, and this is an important and, all the Deputy National Security Advisors at the time. And just say that is already public. They reported to the committee. That report is clear and unambiguous in calling out China as a national security threat to UK interests. And it's also crystal clear, taking the report as a whole, that China's threat is both live and active. And I know the timetable is July 23, and I know the alleged offences took place apparently December 21 to, I think, February 23. I'm aware the integrated review of 21, the refresh was in March 23. But the fact is this inquiry started taking evidence from these senior officials from November, I think, 2017 to a similar time in 2019, and then the subsequent committee carried on its work. So senior national security officials were giving evidence to the ISC about China being a threat, a national security threat, well before the offences took place in this place.
Would you agree on that point?
Yes, I'm happy
Is
to
that an assertion of fact then from his report in committee?
Well, if you've got the directors of all the intelligence agencies suggesting that China is a threat, then I think it doesn't get much better than that. And dare I say it, whilst we have great deputy national security advisors, their line managers, their directors, their bosses were clearly stating that China was a threat, national security threat. Now, in fact, the word threat is... I'm just going to, if I may, if you want to intervene, I'm happy to have another minute. In fact, the word threat is mentioned 284 times in that report of 207 pages. The key word in this whole episode from the Deputy National Security Advisor, that is the DNSA for Intelligence, Defence and Security, not the two remaining Deputy National Security Advisors, unless the Minister wants to correct me, is whether China was an active threat, as underscored by testimony to the Joint National Security Strategy Committee yesterday. Well, the evidence in the ISC's report would suggest that China has been known to be an active threat for some time, and I've mentioned the various reviews. Indeed, in his own witness statement, the DSNA refers to China conducting, quote, large-scale espionage operations, end quote. Again, this is not a historical reference or a past tense reference, but it's clearly referring to the here and now operations taking place today. Clearly an active threat, not just a general or undetermined threat. China being an active threat was also underscored by the Director General of the Security Service's recent speech, in which he referred to China's cyber espionage, clandestine technology transfer, interference in UK public life, harassment and intimidation of opponents. Once more, these threats are not just historical, they are current, active, happening in the UK right now. They have not stopped. They are increasing. They continue. Indeed, the Director General's speech... I'm very happy to wait.
Yeah, I'm listening to him very carefully, and of course it's an excellent speech he's making, but I just wondered if he saw in the testimony yesterday where the intervention suddenly by Sir Chris Wormold that he did not believe that Ken McCullum, Chief of MI5, had described China as a threat. He intervened across the DNA to make this point. Fundamentally untrue, is it not?
Well, I think my right honourable friend makes a very good point. I think the House will take its own view on who they think is the expert on national security. I think it will be Sir Ken McCullum, in my view, a very long-serving and distinguished member of the UK intelligence community. If the honourable gentleman doesn't mind, I won't, because I won't get another minute, and I do want to make some progress and allow other colleagues to speak, but thank you. Indeed, the Director General's speech was explicit. The Security Service is very clear-eyed about the national security threat from China, even as ministers might be tempted, arguably, to recalibrate economic interests over the UK's national security interests. But I wonder whether there might be other factors at work here too, underlying vested interests and competing interests between different parts of government, and even some conflicting personalities involved. We haven't got time to go into that today. Today's debate is rightly focused on whether politics got in the way of national security. The wider question might be, is why was a political advisor appointed to the role of national security advisor in the first place? As my right honourable friend said earlier, perhaps there is something to see here. So the current National Security Advisor, for all his wide and vast experience, and I pay tribute to his important role in the Northern Ireland peace process and other peace brokering exercises done around the world, there's absolutely no doubt he's a long-standing, again, distinguished civil servant. But maybe the fact that an outsider rather than insider became the National Security Advisor might be an issue here as well. Some may see that as a strength, but maybe today's proceedings suggest it might now be a weakness in this particular case. That is a question mark, of course. So back to China. In the conclusions and recommendations of the Intelligence Security Committee's inquiry on China, it talks about proper oversight. And we need to ensure, Madam Deputy Speaker, an example for the Investment Security Unit does need to have proper oversight by the ISC, because if there was ever a place to have politics conflict with the economic interests of this country, it's likely to be in that unit, and that is absolutely critical. So I conclude by saying, going through my 15-minute speech in 30 seconds, when politics gets too close to professional, cool, calm, intelligent judgments, it will always be fraught with danger, as this country witnessed with the Iraq War. In conclusion, when our nation...
I call Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I just say, the honourable gentleman for Chingford and Woodford Green, who actually his speech, I thought, touched on a number of points about this. There used to be a time in this House when a member had been under attack, when a member had found themselves at the wrong end of something, it was a moment of unification for us, and we would come together to collectively find a way forward. And it is of great regret, I think, or it should be to all of us, that the events that happened to the Honourable Lady for Rutland and Stamford and the Honourable Gentleman for Tonbridge has actually led to a point where we're now throwing political rocks at one another about meetings that may or may not have happened from a period of time dating back over the last 6 or 7 years. And I don't know the Honourable Lady, but I know the Honourable Gentleman. He is a gentleman who of utmost standing and of principle, and I can't imagine the horrors that he's been through as part of this process and the disruption it has to his life. And I think when we're debating this, that's just something we should keep in the forefront of our minds. I also, Madam Deputy Speaker, think that we have had a very complex relationship with China for the last decade. I can't be the only one who is old enough to remember the pictures of the now President of China pulling pints in the plough with the former Prime Minister, who was subsequently the Foreign Secretary when some of this information was happening. We have not had a consistent approach to it publicly, and I say publicly because I think the evidence that we've heard from various individuals on the opposition benches this evening makes quite clear that there were elements of officials within the last government who were naming China as a threat. They were using that terminology. Unfortunately, the political faces of that administration weren't. And I'm not going to get into the rights and wrongs of that, but it's quite clear there is an inconsistency about how the language has been applied to China throughout this period of time, which, if I were more legally minded, may have led to the situation we have now. That means that the CPS is saying one thing and the DNSA is saying something else, and we're getting interpretations from very illustrious former Attorney Generals who, by way, I remember the debate from the November 2017 when we were arguing for a humble address, and it was many members who, opposite, were saying, well, it was a terrible idea to publish government information. You couldn't ever publish government information because it would undermine government information being published, and in the future we might ask for it, and you'll say no. And I think, you know, we are clearly at that point today. The point I want to make, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, is We all invest a lot of time and energy into this job. We put a lot of energy and time into our staff, and we are at the mercy of the vetting services to make sure that the staff that work for us are looked into properly. Now we don't know, for instance, whether there are other operatives from other hostile states active in staffing units across. We just don't. I mean, we can pretend we do, but we honestly don't. So, whilst this debate continues, and we are, I'm hoping, going to get from the Minister some answers to the questions about how we've got into this point, I would say that the thing that I want to understand going forward is how are we going to make sure this doesn't happen again? How are we going to get to a point in this Parliament that we can be sure that every Member of Parliament, regardless of which political party they come from, what position they hold, what standing they have, their length of service, are free from that level of political interference, that oversight, that spying? How we can ensure that no further members are sanctioned, like the Honourable Gentleman is, and the disruption that he has so eloquently talked to the House about on numerous occasions that's disrupted his life. Because for us to do our job properly, we have to have confidence in the people that are around us, we have to have confidence in the advice that we receive from officials, and we have to be certain that the processes that are in place to keep us safe are doing the job that they're meant to do. Because ultimately, all of us here come to do a job. We come to do it well. We are only human at the end of the day. And as this debate continues, I think we ought to hold the forefront of our minds that there have been mistakes made. I think we'll all agree on that. I don't think anyone hand on heart can honestly say that everything that has happened to this point has gone perfectly. But how we learn from that to prevent it happening again has got to be key. And that is where, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will draw my remarks to a conclusion.
Chris Law.
Thank you, and I've just thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just listened very carefully to the Member of Parliament, Stoke-on-Trent, and really, I think you're hitting the nail on the head. I was just thinking throughout this debate, you know, this is not just about the failure of this prosecution, but actually, our approach to China has been like this, not just for this year or last year or this government. It's been going on for years and years. And the reason I raise your debate there is that it was March 2021 when the sanctions took place, which is 4.5 years ago. And what's interesting about that was, now the government of the day, not the official opposition, demanded sanctions. What happened was, it was the speakers of the House and Commons and Lords that responded by banning the Chinese ambassador from entering. Well, it's been reported at the time the government had attempted to overturn this. So I think the key point here is that what you've just said previously, the Member of Parliament for Stoke-on-Trent, is crystal clear. All of us need to work in alliance, and we need cast-iron assurances that no matter where we've been in the past, that going forward we're very clear about the real threat that China poses. Its history tells you that already. 6 decades of military occupation in Tibet. If you go to the mass detention and re-education and forced sterilisation of the Uyghur population, we've witnessed democracy come under attack in Hong Kong time and again, and the ever-present threat against Taiwan. China runs a global influence operation. It's been acknowledged in this House. The United Front has penetrated every sector of the United Kingdom economy. We have been well warned. And as I said earlier, it's been repeated many times in the 2023 Intelligence Security Committee that China is a threat, acute threat and grave threat. And in 2022, the head of MI5, Ken McCallum, described the Chinese threat might feel abstract, but it's real and it's pressing. And we need to talk about it and we need to act. And that is what we failed to do now. If one of the key hindrances of prosecution appears to be a concern that they've not been able to convince the jury that China is an enemy, how would the Minister describe a state that conducts long-term, large-scale espionage operations, including recruiting those who work in Parliament, and poses a serious national threat in these islands? Why is it taking the failure of this case for the government to definitively state China is a threat? Why is this position come as a response to an embarrassing political crisis? Yeah, I'm happy to.
He's making an absolutely excellent and unanswerable case. But the trouble is that even the circumstances of this case, the government have not said that China is a threat. They keep saying it poses a range of serious threats, but they keep balking at saying it is a threat. I'm sure the honourable gentleman has no hesitation in saying that China is a threat. He should challenge them to do likewise.
I thank the honourable member and I thank for his intervention. It's a real and serious threat. I'm not just saying as an individual here who happens to chair the all-party group in Tibet, who's actually anxious I'm being spied onto. I'm saying this on behalf of my party and cross-party colleagues across this House who feel the real and present threat, not only to ourselves but to our constituents. So I appreciate you saying that. Can I also ask, why has this position come as a response to an embarrassing political crisis rather than as a principled position and proactive strategy that so many of us have been calling for so many years? Why is it that IPAC Executive Director Luc de Pulford put it that the Chinese Communist Party's progress towards a great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation has met, quote, met formidable resistance, not from governments, but little old constituency MPs? I think that's a really good question to consider. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government and opposition will squabble over who met who, with when, and about who said what when, and who they can blame to squeeze as much political one-upmanship from this case. But the Chinese Communist Party must be laughing at this House right now as we ping-pong when the clarity is clear. We need national security taken very seriously, and we need to see China placed in the foreign influence registration period.
Right.
Public trust and confidence from international allies is wavering. An ongoing threat to national security, a democratic institution and economic infrastructure remains. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is time to end the inertia, caution and self-censorship from Whitehall and from government when it comes to China, and acknowledge, address and act on the threat we continuously face. Thank you.
I call Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by putting on record my anger at the collapse of the case. Because colleagues have talked around the particulars of the case, I'm actually going to use the short time that I have to broaden the lens, as it were. I wanted to look again at the foundations of our security. When the Conservative Party, when the opposition bring Opposition Day debates, I sit in them because I'm interested to hear the development of thinking of the party as it seeks to become a future government. And so I also therefore think about its record in government and where it's going. I think there's going to be 2 points that I'll make here which the opposition will disagree with, but I hope some members will agree with my third. The first is that any government, whichever the party, has a duty to invest in the institutions and the infrastructure, the capabilities and the knowledge that enable our long-term advantage and security. Now, you don't build those in 5 minutes, but you can build those in 14 years. And it's my view that in the 14 years that the Conservatives were in power, they gave insufficient regard for building those things that could shore up our security. The second point is that in the cases where they did build or bother to pursue infrastructure, they did in fact open the door to Chinese firms. So while in truth the Conservative leadership pretend to know what they think about China now, they didn't know what to think about China when they were in office, and I think that's an important reality to stare at. When it comes to Huawei and 5G, the Conservatives were in, then they were out. When it came to nuclear, the Conservatives were in, then they were out. And we're still unpacking George Osborne's mistake on that front. Now, that does contrast sharply with the position of the Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green. I rediscovered his 2020 Huston Institute speech, and I thought it was a very, very good insight into where things were then. And looking back at it 5 years on, it's actually been able, with considerable foresight, to see what has occurred. Now, I'm very sorry and saddened that he has experienced what he has at the hands of the Chinese leadership, and other colleagues have experienced the same. But he is a minority in his party at standing up on these issues. I don't believe that the Conservative leadership have been as clear in their thinking and as forceful in their condemnations. And for his leadership now to pretend that they were is inaccurate, and it does him a disservice. We should contrast it with the words of the Leader of the Opposition, who was Business Secretary pursuing business, said while she was in Cabinet, we certainly should not be describing China as a foe. We should contrast his position with that of one of the 9 Conservative Foreign Secretaries, who said it would be impossible, impractical and most importantly unwise to sum up China in one word, as a threat. So the Conservatives do need, as a leadership team, to stop throwing mud and come to terms with what happened on their watch. And we must also face reality in the face, which is we cannot shy away from engagement with China. I would bet that most of the opposition members have an iPhone in their pockets, made in China. I would bet that they have other things in their home, made in China. So we must engage, but we must do so, all of us in this Parliament, with our eyes wide open about the risks that that involves. Some of us in this Parliament for many years have been prophesying about that for longer than others, but we must be aware of that. I will give way on that point.
I wasn't going to intervene, but he did make a statement defying the position of the opposition as opposed to the government. I can assure him that had the two sides been switched, I would have been carrying out exactly the same cross-examination as I have done today. No matter who was in government, I seem to have been in opposition, and I would say so. So I don't think that I'm doing it for any betterment. I'm doing it because it's right.
Yeah. I apologise if I've misrepresented what I was saying. What I was saying is that he has, throughout his time on those benches, been forceful in his condemnation. Whoever would have been in government, I believe he would have done that. But I don't believe that the Conservative leadership, either now on those benches or when they were in office, did the same. And that's the point I'm trying to make. The opposition called this debate today to throw mud, but I think it was an opportunity to think about the wider security context that we operate in. And I am intrigued, as the months go forward, to see what the Conservative Party posture will be as it contemplates the security and the intelligence environment we're in. Whether they will shy away from engagement with China, a significant market and economic opportunity for us, or whether they will seek to engage with it with their eyes wide open. And I think the Conservatives do need to accept that they did less than they could in office to create the foundations for our security and our economic growth, and in so doing, they made us more vulnerable. Until they accept this, until they apologise for this, it begs the question, why should any of us in this chamber and in our constituencies that we represent listen ever again to them on the subject of keeping our country safe?
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the road, the real threat to our security isn't necessarily what others do in the shadows, but it's what one's own government hides from the light. And that's the essence of what we're trying to get to in the motion in front of us, to ask the government to publish the papers. And if I take a step back from this to look at the public and the way in which they'll perceive this, this is the biggest spy story and incident in this country's history, in this century at least. And we've then get into the tit-for-tat about what the PM did know or didn't know, and what the National Security Advisor doesn't speak to his deputy, does speak to his deputy, who told the Deputy Security National Advisor that he needs to toe the government line. We also see the Labour manifesto going in some of the witness statements. But I want to concentrate more on the bigger picture, and actually, as the member for Chingford and Woodford Green rightly pointed out, the behaviour here of the government.
Yes.
Because the Prime Minister could have sorted this out and come to the House and spoken on this topic, laid it all out, put it all forward. The only thing we've closely had is actually a statement before PMQs. Of course, us backbenchers can't ask those questions. There is no way to deal with that. So further still, if the government is so angry, why isn't more action being taken? Why aren't people being fired, if that's the case? And why are we still having this debate several weeks on if all the information is so crystal clear that this House could move on? And I'm worried this is actually a pattern of behaviour from the Prime Minister, because we saw this with the Ambassador. He was the decision maker with the Ambassador, and he did not come to this House. He sent one of his ministers. Yet he is the one who makes those decisions. And why it saddens me so much, because I expect the retort from the other side would be, well, this is always thus, is the Prime Minister is being judged by his own standard that he set, that he said he would do things different. And yet he isn't. He isn't coming to the House to explain this when he could have done. We know the information and the decisions will be with him. And when I pushed the Minister last time about leadership, that wasn't directed at him. I have a great deal of respect for him. He is following the leadership of the Prime Minister, who has not come to this House to explain what is going on. Because if it is so clear-cut as the opposition have said, that would be an easy case to make in this House, and this House would believe him. But we're not there. And this is why I worry, because it leads to a wider debate and wider concerns from the public that is there something going on? Because it is a statement of fact that the China... I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that the most obvious point is that despite the government's disappointment, which we hear stressed by numerous ministers, including the Prime Minister himself, at the collapse of the trial, it's the shock that the government appears not to have done every single thing possible to have bolstered the case to put the CPS in the best possible position to secure a prosecution. The two just do not add up.
Absolutely. Not only have they not done anything with the case, but also wider still the debates that could be brought forward, legislation that needs to change, other measures that could be put in front of the budget, for example.
I'm extremely grateful to my friend. It is true the government has repeatedly expressed disappointment, but in a sense, still more disturbingly, so than MI5. It is quite unusual for MI5 to intervene by means of a speech by its head, which made very clear that they were profoundly disappointed that this matter hadn't gone to court, because had it done so, it would be the culmination of years of work they've done in trying to deal with Chinese espionage in Whitehall and Westminster.
He is absolutely spot on. It's because of this unprecedented fact that I would expect the Prime Minister to come forward and give those answers, not send the Minister in his place. But my worry is what the public... I wouldn't, because I've taken 2 interventions already. My worry is what the public perceive, because it is a statement of fact that the Chancellor went to China. And since then, we've had decisions made about Chagos, for example, British Steel and £1 billion, what's going on there, a spy case now dropped, the possibilities of a super embassy and even ID cards. Now, my constituents come to me and see a running theme. Yes, I'll take it.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. When I hear him speak, I do listen to what he's saying. I think he could be a very good replacement for the Shadow Minister on the front bench. The point I want to make here, though, is what is his view on the relationship of the UK to China? Ought we to engage, and under what terms? Or should we be economically decoupling? What is his view about the nature of the relationship?
I'd like to quote the quote we had from earlier, to walk and chew gum at the same time. It's easy to call China a threat but still engage. That's exactly what they do to us. They say we're embarrassed, we're upset, you were promised us something. And we just go, oh, I'm terribly sorry about that. Actually, we can stand up for ourselves. Say what we think. We're in a trade deficit with them. Don't forget that. It's economically in their interest to be working with us as much as it is for us to be working with them. But my worry is that the public are joining dots. Now, the government will say there are no dots to be joined. But the longer this goes on and these more incidents that come out, it becomes harder to make that argument, which brings us all full circle to where I started, because this is about transparency and releasing that documentation. Because after all,
I'm really grateful for him for giving way and for bringing us back to where he started, because he started his intervention suggesting that the government was intervening unduly in this case. He then went on to suggest that the government didn't intervene unduly enough. So could he just really be clear on this? Is his position and the position of the opposition that the government should have interfered in an independent prosecution or should not have? I think it's really unhelpful to be saying both things at the same time.
I fear I'm being misquoted here, Madam Deputy Speaker, because what I've simply asked for is for this all to be resolved by the information being published. The government could come out and say it was a threat. Yep. I've also said that we can call it a threat and have economic work with the Chinese. That's what I hope would happen. I will finish at that point.
I call Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable and right honourable friends have set out well how the government's account of how this case collapsed simply does not add up. So in the interest of time, I will make just this one point. If, as I and many on this side of the House suspect to be the case, the Prime Minister's account of this situation is not factually correct, then he has allowed this case to collapse in order to win favour in Beijing. This is a profound state of weakness. But even if the Prime Minister's account of this situation is true, then that means that he does not have control over his officials. Serious national security decisions are being made without his knowledge. That, too, is a profound state of weakness. It is important to establish the facts. I regret I've promised to speak so briefly, I cannot. But whatever they may be, this is not how serious countries behave. Regardless of our politics, we should all want our country to be respected by both our friends and our adversaries. Under this government, our friends see us as unreliable and our adversaries see us as a pushover. It's time for the government to tell the truth and undo some of the harm that it has done to this country's standing in the world.
I will be starting front bench contributions at 6:40 sharp, so I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amongst all the finger pointing in this House, there are some immutable facts, and one of them is this: that in the spring of 2024, the evidential burden to bring a prosecution was met, because the CPS levelled a charge that the two individuals charged were guilty under the 1911 Act of having information capable of assisting an enemy. So the first point out of that is this: it wasn't a deficiency in the 1911 Act, which is the problem here, because it was capable of bringing the charge. The second point is this: to bring the charge, the evidential test had to be met. That is to say, there was a reasonable prospect of conviction, and it was in the public interest. Those are the tests for bringing a prosecution. So the unanswered question in all of this is what happened between the spring of 24 and September 25, when suddenly the same evidential test was not met. What was it that changed? It was met, or the charges could never have been brought, but then suddenly it wasn't met and the charges were dropped. It seems pretty clear from what has been said to a committee of this House that what changed was that the government backed off in its evidence as to what would establish whether or not China was an enemy. And indeed, they were assisted in the meantime by the Bulgarian case, where the Court of Appeal refined enemy to that of posing threat or threats, and indeed said it was a matter of common sense as to whether or not something or someone was an enemy. And there is no greater jury question to decide something whether or not it is common sense. So the prosecution looked easier after the Court of Appeal decision, not harder. And yet the prosecution was dropped. And that is yet to be explained to this House. And it seems to me it can only be explained by the government failing to come up to proof on the basis, and since they had come up to proof to bring the charge in the first place, they obviously retreated. And we can talk around this as much as we like, but that seems to me to be the immovable reality of this situation. And of course, there are issues here about the equivocation of government towards China, of course. But that's an equivocation which even is infecting devolution. You know, in Northern Ireland, we now have a co-sponsored conference coming up between the Chinese government and the Sinn Féin economy minister to talk about infrastructure and investment. I do say to this government they need to take a long, hard look at how devolved institutions, particularly in Stormont, are playing footsie with the Chinese government.
I call Shadow Minister Chris Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my opinion, China poses an active and current threat to the United Kingdom. That is all the government needed to say to the Crown Prosecution Service in order to secure this conviction, and yet they did not. As recently as 12 days ago, the Director General of MI5 said China poses a daily threat. He and the FBI, his FBI counterpart, said in July 2022 China was posing a growing threat. The former Security Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Tunbridge and Malling, said it from that dispatch box in April 2024, and the Integrated Review in July 2021 also said China poses the biggest state-based threat to the UK's economic security. It's pretty simple. I've said it, the government could have said it, but they didn't. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's commentary on this case has been evasive and sometimes misleading. For example, the Prime Minister claimed in India on the 7th of October that what mattered in this case was the previous government's designation of China. He said it again from that dispatch box on the 15th of October. He said the issue was the position of the last government, and the current minister said it again, opening this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, that claim made by the Prime Minister and made again by the Minister earlier is categorically untrue. We know it's untrue because in page 4 of his letter, the Director of Public Prosecutions said it was untrue. He said, and I quote, "The test was therefore positively not what the then government was prepared to say in public, whether framed as policy or otherwise, but whether China was, as a matter of fact, an active threat to national security." He said it again in evidence yesterday. He said we were looking to the DNSA to provide evidence of the actual threat and not what the government policy was. The DPP has said that categorically in writing, in evidence yesterday. What the Prime Minister said was misleading, and I asked this Minister to retract it on the Prime Minister's behalf. Moreover, the Minister himself, the Security Minister, said on the 15th of September that the collapse of this case came as a big surprise to the government and that they had only heard about it that morning. The decision was communicated this morning, he said. Well, that, I'm afraid, wasn't true. The decision was communicated at the latest on the 3rd of September, and it most certainly did not come as a surprise to the government. It wasn't the case, as he claimed, that the government, he couldn't comment on why the case collapsed, as if he didn't know about it, because on no fewer than 9 different occasions, according to the DPP, the CPS pleaded, they begged with the government to say those simple words that I said a couple of minutes ago, but the government over 2 years refused to say. June 2024, December 2024, February 2025, May 2025, July 2025, twice on the 3rd and the 10th, August 2025, the 3rd of September this year, and on the 9th of September. 9 times they begged the government to say those simple words, and the government wouldn't say them. So why exactly was the Security Minister acting all surprised on the 15th of September, claiming he didn't know what was going on, when on 9 separate occasions the CPS had pleaded with this government? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we come on to the meeting of the 1st of September, a meeting which the Home Secretary, quoted in the Telegraph on October the 5th, claimed didn't happen. Well, we now know that it did happen. What we don't know is precisely what was discussed at that meeting. We haven't seen the minutes to it. We don't know the actions arising from it. We do know that it was chaired by Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor. We know many people were there. We know the Deputy National Security Advisor, Matt Collins, was there. We also know that on the 14th of August, 2.5 weeks before that meeting, he attended a conference which included the First Treasury Council, at which it became clear Mr. Collins would not change his evidence and the case would therefore collapse. So Mr. Collins went into that meeting on September the 1st, most likely knowing the case was unlikely to proceed. Was that discussed? Was the possibility of providing more evidence discussed in that meeting? We don't know, and that is why the minutes need to be published. Now, we know for a fact that on the 3rd of September, the Director of Public Prosecutions informed the Cabinet Secretary and the DNSA that the case was not going to be proceeding on the evidence as it stood. The DPP also said, according to his letter, at page 6, he said it was agreed, and I quote, that the Cabinet Secretary might inform a limited group, including some ministers. So I'll ask the Security Minister to tell the House now which ministers were informed pursuant to that meeting on the 3rd of September, which ministers were informed, and did they take any action as a result? For example, deciding to provide better evidence, which they could have done. It was reported in the Sunday Times recently that the Home Secretary got wind of this around this time and decided to try and intervene. I did ask the Security Minister this in an urgent question last week, and many colleagues behind me did as well. He didn't answer the question, so perhaps now he could. When did the Home Secretary become aware of the collapse of the trial? Did she try and intervene? And if so, how? Because it is quite clear, if the government had wanted to, they could have intervened between the 3rd of September, when the Cabinet Secretary was informed, and when he was given permission to inform ministers, and the meeting on the 9th of September, 6 days later, when the CPS tried one last time, at least the 9th time, to get the evidence they needed, and once again it was not forthcoming. So did the government have any discussions in that period between the 3rd and 9th of September about further evidence which they might have provided? And if they didn't, why not? A few simple words were all that were needed, words not about the previous government's policy, but words about the facts as they stood on the ground. I uttered those words just a few minutes ago. It was simple enough. And if this government had said what I said a few minutes ago, this case would have proceeded. Why did they choose not to do that? Madam Deputy Speaker, members of this Parliament have been spied on by a hostile state, a state which has stolen intellectual property on an industrial scale, both covertly and through acquisition, a state which plans to build a large embassy, probably for espionage purposes, amongst other things, a state which has opened secret police stations, a state which has put bounties on the heads of people living in the United Kingdom, a state which has actively supported Russia in their war against Ukraine. The government couldn't produce evidence that it was an active and current threat, even though it's quite clear, I think, to everyone in this chamber, it clearly was. So why didn't the government provide the evidence that they were asked to provide at least 9 times? Is it because they're more interested in getting some sort of economic bailout from the Chinese to fix the mess they have created than they are in our national security? That is the question they need to answer. And if this House and the country are going to understand exactly what happened with this case, we need full transparency, we need full disclosure. The minutes of those meetings, the actions arising from them, the correspondence with the CPS. If they really want transparency, as the Minister said earlier, all they've got to do is support this motion and put this material where it belongs, in the public domain.
Minister Dan Jarvis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, well, can I begin by thanking the opposition for bringing forward this Opposition Day debate, and the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite for moving this motion, and the Shadow Home Secretary for his remarks. As I have repeatedly set out to the House, the Government is extremely disappointed that this case will not be heard in court. And I share members' concerns about the threats that we face from espionage. But I'm just going to make a bit of progress. Let me be clear about 2 things right from the start. First, we would not be here today had the outdated Official Secrets Act of 1911 been replaced sooner. Second, it's the responsibility of the CPS and the DPP to bring criminal prosecutions and compile evidence. The statements submitted to the JCNS confirm that, as does the evidence the JCNSS heard yesterday from the Cabinet Secretary and from the DNSA. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have been consistently clear that no ministers and no special advisers interfered in the provision of evidence under this government. I will give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
For the Security Minister giving way, could he confirm to the House that the UK government, at ministerial level or diplomatic level, has not been threatened by the Chinese state about this trial, basically saying if this trial goes ahead, there will be consequences? Is the Minister aware of any discussions, any correspondence from China, either their embassy or directly from their ministers to ours, threatening this nation?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, who I hold in high regard, not least for the work that he did on the ISC, that no, I can give him those assurances that he seeks. And I can also assure him and the House how seriously this government takes the challenges that we face from countries right around the world. Let me return to the DNSA's evidence, because as his written evidence makes clear, from the moment, and this is an important point that the House will want to note, from the moment the DNSA's witness statement was submitted, he was a fully bound witness in criminal proceedings, whose evidence was not yet heard or tested in court, so his witness evidence could not be and was not shared. And this was later confirmed by the CPS. Now, in this debate and in recent weeks, there have been a number of different and at times conflicting claims about this government's involvement in the case, and I want to address those claims directly today. The word enemy was removed from the first witness statement at the DNSA's request during the drafting process because it did not reflect the government's policy at the time. The DNSA made amendments to ensure his witness statement text reflected his assessment of the strongest elements of the evidential material provided by counter-terrorism police, by demonstrating that the information that was alleged to have been provided was prejudicial to the safety or the interests of the UK. When CTP approached the DNSA to write a supplementary statement in November of 2024, he was specifically asked to comment on whether China is a state which, during the period of the 31st of December 2021 to the 3rd of February 2023, posed an active threat to the UK's national security, and to confirm whether that remains the position at the time of writing. That is why paragraph 6 of the second statement references part of the current government policy towards China. I will give way, yeah.
And he's making a powerful point about the active threat. Could I just ask him, does the government perceive at this point in time China is an active threat?
I mean, as he knows, and I think I may even have said this to him previously and certainly to the House, that China presents a series of threats to the government. I'll say a little bit more about that, but if you'll forgive me, because time is short, I just want to focus on the DNSA and the evidence that he's given, because that's important for the House. So the DNSA confirmed at the JCNSS yesterday that he used language from an answer to a parliamentary question in his third statement, as the DNSA provided the current government's position as context, as had been requested. The DNSA's third statement was written in a way that ensured consistency with his first two statements. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the sake of clarity, I'll say it again, the current National Security Advisor had no role in either the substance of the case or the evidence provided. Now, there has been misreporting, speculation and fabrication about the officials' meeting that the National Security Advisor chaired on the 1st of September. And the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green, mentioned it just a moment ago. I can tell him and the House that a meeting of senior officials took place on the 1st of September to discuss the UK's relationship with China. The meeting was specifically set up to provide... Let me just finish the point and I'll come back to him if time allows. The meeting was specifically set up to provide the FCDO with an opportunity to discuss at an appropriately senior official level, no ministers attended the meeting, what the approach would be to handling engagement with China across a range of scenarios related to this case, as well as in relation to wider issues that would come up. Those that attended the meeting were operating on the basis that the trial would go ahead at the start of October. I'm going to make a bit of progress because time is against me. Now, meetings such as this are a routine part of the NSA's role. I'm going to make a bit of progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, because time is against me. Meetings such as this are a routine part of the National Security Advisor's role, coordinating departments across government.
Would the Minister, on the question of who was present, give way on that?
Yes.
Why was the Attorney General's office represented and present? If the case had nothing to do, if the meeting had nothing to do with the case, why was the Attorney General's office present through its representative?
Simply because a number of government departments were represented at this meeting, as would normally be the case. The Right Honourable Gentleman served in a government a number of years ago. I can give him an assurance that this government works collaboratively across government with other government departments. And therefore, it seems to make perfect sense that other government departments would be represented at such a meeting as this. Now, I'm going to try and reflect some of the points that have been made in this debate, including the point from the Shadow Home Secretary. You asked specifically about the Home Secretary. And I can tell him and the House that no minister in this government was involved in any aspect of the production of evidence. The Liberal Democrat spokesman offered his service as a marriage guidance counsellor. I'd advise him not to give up his job.
Minister, please continue.
The honourable member for Rugby nailed the myths, I thought, very effectively in his contribution. The right honourable member for Torridge and Tavistock described his duck It felt as if his contributions was as much aimed at the DPP and the CPS as the government, but it was engaging nonetheless. The member for Rochdale raised important points about some of the critiques that have been levelled, and I agree with him about his point with regard to trying to establish a cross-party consensus. The Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green spoke about the nature and the description of the threats that we face from China. Let me say to him that it is completely unacceptable that he and other members of this House are sanctioned, and I give him an absolute assurance of the seriousness with which this government takes those particular threats. Now, the Honourable Member for Bracknell spoke about transnational repression. He's raised it previously, and I can tell him that the Defending Democracy Task Force has concluded a review into this, and the government has developed a range of support and security mechanisms. But most importantly, we condemn any malign activity towards anyone here in the UK. The Right Honourable Member for Wrekin spoke about the work of the ISC, and he's right to do so. The government welcomes the work of the ISC to look carefully at the circumstances of this case, as we do the important work of the JCNS. The Honourable Member for Stoke-on-Trent, I thought, made a really important point, that given the concerns that have been rightly expressed right across this House about what's happened, we should be trying to seek to work together and establish a consensus, and I thought he made that point very powerfully indeed. Madam Deputy Speaker, time is running very short, so let me say to the House that national security is the first duty of this government, and that is why we oppose the opposition's motion, which would not only see the release of information subject to legal professional privilege, but would also see the release of information vital to the security of the United Kingdom, including advice to the Prime Minister. Successive governments, including the previous government in which he served as a minister, have maintained this position. Now, this is not a question about parliamentary scrutiny. We welcome the ongoing process with the JCNS, and we look forward to continuing to work with them as with the IC. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government will continue to develop a consistent and pragmatic approach to economic engagement, but without compromising our national security. I will give way to the Right Honourable.
I have a very simple question. If you won't give it to the House, will you give it to the Intelligence and Security Committee that sits in camera? Those minutes of that meeting.
The government has given a very clear commitment that we will cooperate and work closely with all of the committees of this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is precisely because everything this government does is rooted in the national interest that I say that this government is extremely disappointed that this case has collapsed. It's right that the matter is being investigated by the appropriate parliamentary committees, and we look forward to cooperating with that work.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Nick Timothy, David Reid. Tellers for the noes, Gregor Poynton, Imogen Walker.